Hello! My timer was off by 10 seconds. Normally I have a little timer going, being just like, okay, I've gone live. I have like a minute and 20 seconds or something until it goes, and it was off, and suddenly I was just like, wait a minute, my timer's off. Anyway, hello. Totally freaked out there for a second. Everything's fine. Good to see y'all. Oh, thanks for liking my shirt. Barcelona! I got this in Barcelona, actually. I negotiated with a person to give it to me. My Spanish was very, very choppy, but he said that he could tell I was trying to speak really hard, and so he gave me like a €10 discount. So, I'll take it. Hello, Rodrid. Welcome for the first time. I got like a little first time chat notification. I don't normally see those. Is it a cool shirt or am I a fan? So I am a fan, but I'm very bad at following along with sports in general. Like, I've been to a Barca match, and I like to occasionally follow along if I remember, but yeah. Buenas tardes, welcome. Hello, I've abandoned Ben for Cassidy, as is tradition. Thank you. I thought we could be friends. I'm sorry, I mean, again, it's not like I follow sports that deeply. If you told me that there was a game today, I'd be like, oh really? I don't follow it that closely, so don't be too sad. Hello, hello. Oh, Ben, it was good seeing you on Jason's stream today. It was very fun. It has been kind of a hectic day. Actually, it's been kind of a hectic week. I've had a lot of stuff to do. Dub Antifo, welcome from South Italy. Wow. You gotta ask, how's the renovation going? Guess who still doesn't have cabinets? This gal. They did say that we might get them soon. Whatever that means. But, besides that, pretty good. We got our doors installed, so we now have doors in the house. So we won't just be pooping freely. Speaking of, we don't have toilets yet. But hopefully in the next week we'll have toilets. And so the whole pooping thing can actually happen. Yeah, important things. Where am I supposed to live if you don't have cabinets? I'm telling you, you gotta wait. Real question, do you have windows? Yes. The windows, those were among the first things we took care of. The windows we actually didn't have to do too much with. We had to like fix some springs and stuff so that way they could open. But besides that, luckily we didn't have to do too much with the windows. Haha, Windows 10. Although, did anybody see that Windows 11 leak? That looked interesting. I'm intrigued. Hectic year. Yeah, no, for real. Well, so for regular viewers of the show, I was not streaming last week because I was in Philadelphia. It's actually been a very hectic week. And so I was in Philadelphia last week because my sister-in-law graduated from university. Yay, Clara! And so we were doing like a graduation thing for her and stuff. And while I was there, I decided to visit this one startup. There's a startup called Contenda that I've been advising. And they're very cool, they're very fun. They're very small too, there's 6 people. And it was fun hanging out with them. We did like a cheesesteak tour around Philadelphia. We had 5 cheesesteaks. That's a lot of food. But this was on Saturday. We were literally in a minivan just going around eating cheesesteaks. And in between like the second and third cheesesteak, I suddenly get a call saying, hey, can you go on Good Morning America tomorrow? And I was like, hello? And so it was like a very sudden, chaotic thing, because we were in Philly and we were going to be flying out back to Chicago that night, like at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. that night. Actually later, 9 p.m., doesn't matter. Anyway, so I got this call, and I was just like, I mean, I'd love to, but I'm not even home, because I wanted to be in, like, this cool space that I have tried to make here. Whoa, swords. Hello. Ben, thank you for the raid. But anyway, I was just like, I'd love to be a part of this. It would be like to talk about polywork, which we've talked about polywork a lot on this stream, and I was just like, I don't think I can because I'm in a minivan eating cheesesteaks. And then they booked me a hotel room just so I could do this interview. And so I went on this interview. We talked about like giving back to the community, all the different projects and stuff I'm involved in, the importance of like being able to have a holistic way of viewing work, that kind of stuff. And then when the show actually aired on Sunday morning, it was like maybe 5 seconds of words. And I was just like, all of this effort for me to say, yes, I'm involved in some startups, do some advisory work and podcasts, and then it's good to stretch your brain. Like it was basically 2 or 3 sentences. And I was just like, this was a lot of effort. Don't get me wrong, it was very fun, and I was able to be like, Mom, on TV, and like my aunts were all watching and stuff. It was very fun. But it was very chaotic for not that big of a deal. I can't, I'm in a minivan eating cheesesteaks. Yes, it's a very real situation. I did have a lot of, I have ratings of cheesesteaks, so if people care about cheesesteak ratings, I liked D'Alessandro's. I thought they were very, very good. I think like in terms of meat and stuff, they were the best ones, and I liked their Cheese Whiz one. Ben, thank you so much for the gift subs. And then, what was the other one? There was one called Angelo's where they had very different bread compared to all the other cheesesteaks. And I liked that one where the bread was almost sweeter. If I could combine the ingredients of D'Alessandro's on the Angelo's bread, I think that would be the perfect cheesesteak. Anyway, that's been a lot of my week. Ben making it rain subs, not to be confused with cheesesteaks. Thank you. Hey Cass, would you recommend graduating college early if you're doing computer science? I think that's up to you. Because, for example, my sister graduated early. I had the option of graduating early and I didn't. I think she's glad that she did just because she had like friends who graduated with her and stuff. I admit I'm glad that I didn't because I got to kind of enjoy college life a little bit more. It kind of depends on how much you're enjoying college. Because if you can graduate early, you might as well if you're not having a really good time with it. But if you really like it, then you might as well stick around a little longer. It depends on your learning style, your life, and everything. I know my last semester of college was one of my favorites. First of all, because that semester, I don't think a lot of schools do this, but my school, your last semester GPA doesn't count. And so I just was like, I just gotta graduate. So it was basically as long as you can pass the class, that's what matters. And so there would be times where I'd be studying with friends and we'd just kind of look at each other like, we can't figure out this problem and skip the problem because we just had to pass the homework assignment. We don't need to get A's. And the wild thing about it, that semester I got involved with the most clubs that I had since like freshman year. I did glass blowing. I did a bunch of just fun hobbies and stuff. I hung out with friends more. I was just generally more relaxed even though I was still taking all my technical classes just because I wasn't like, I need to get A's. And I got some of my best grades that semester. It was a real lesson in trying not to stress out because you'll be fine. Anyway, yeah, my senior year was definitely my most college-y year and I'm glad I did it. Yeah, I had such a fun time that last semester. Like, I'm really glad that I did it and just went with it. Rush Reflex, thank you so much for subscribing. You're seeking your master's now in your 30s. Ooh, good for you. I dropped out of my master's because I was tired of being up at 3 a.m. doing homework and then going to work full-time the next day. I hope you are successful in it, though, if that's what you want. Jordan Scales. Hi, Cassidy. Oh, hey. What's up, friend? I looted my Kale Silver switches and got custom stabs. Oh, look at you with your keyboard specials. That's awesome. I start my internship next week. Ooh! After 5 years of professional dev, what are you interning in? I'm so curious. I'm tired of my master's too, but I'm only 2 classes from the end. Oh, you're so close. You can do it. I had just enough classes where I was like, this is not worth it. But my most college-y year was my first year. I went straight into year 2, and after that I basically didn't engage with any campus or culture shenanigans. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, no, it was actually the semester before I went to Spain where I got this jersey. I've had this jersey for a very long time. The semester before that, I was just like, okay, because I'm studying abroad, I'm going to really force myself to take tons of classes and get stuff out of the way so I can just focus on Spanish language stuff that semester, because I wasn't going to be taking any computer science classes. And it was a bad choice. I had so little fun that semester. I almost went blind that semester from lack of sleep and stress. Great stuff. I don't know if you want to deal with that sort of thing. So, depends on your level of stress, is the summary of all the answers. Oh, it's the Georgia Tech program. That's the program I dropped out of. Yeah. JP, for asking what camera I use, you could do exclamation point camera. Oh, Gabor, thank you so much for doing it. But yes, it's a Sony a6100. I was in a scholarship program in college that forced us to be involved, so all of my years were college years. Heyo. I was actually in a scholarship program like that too, where it was for like underrepresented minorities and stuff, and it was very cool because I did get to take some classes that I wouldn't normally have taken, that were more like history and like societal ethical types classes. But yeah, that definitely forced me into certain groups sometimes. Tactical Banana, hello. How do you like living in Chicago? I love it. It's great. And I am biased because my family lives here, and so I get to see them more often. But the food here is great. And no offense to Seattle, but the food in Chicago is very difficult to be beat. And so I've been really enjoying just being able to eat and also just walk around the city. Like, I took a walk the other night where I just went around Millennium Park and taking pictures of buildings and stuff, and I had such a fun time. Doing my master's at UC Irvine, so doing an internship as part of the program. Gotcha. Oh, nice. That's kind of fun then to, like, have experience but go back to an internship. You can kind of see things in a different lens. Was the URM scholarship program called RISE? No, this was specific to Iowa State where I went. It was the George Washington Carver Scholarship. Not many people know this, but I've got Hispanic blood. And so it was for Black and Hispanic students mostly. Do you have a lighting setup? I have a key light over here and a light that I sometimes turn on over here. And then the rest is the sun. I do actually want to, so because moving and stuff, I have a lot more lights with like colors and everything. I want to do really fun colors everywhere, but those are all in storage, so soon. Nairo Blue, you have a pro tip for living in Chicago? Please. If you feel like buying a classical harp, you can save on shipping because the factory's in Chicago. Oh, you know, I don't play the harp, but I love that that's your tip because I'm a real sucker when it comes to musical instruments. The manufacturer of my euphonium actually has their only US-based showroom is in Chicago. I've almost gone so many times because I don't need more brass instruments. I've got my trumpet, I've got my euphonium, I'll be fine. But it's so tempting because I could just go to the store and pick something up. It's so tempting. I've stopped myself many times. Yeah, mine was a leadership program where you had to be involved in so many orgs and be a leader, and then by the time you graduated, oh, that's kind of a nice thing to force you into learning that kind of stuff. Chicago definitely is the best Mexican food in the States. I'm sure some Californians would not like that statement, but also we do have some pretty dang good Mexican food. Any thoughts on Rust? I started looking at it. You know, you say, I'm not sure when I'd choose it over C++. I loathe C++, but I like the idea of low-level languages, so that is my thought, but I haven't done anything with it. My parents went to Iowa State, so I was born in Des Moines. Oh, nice! Well, go Cyclones. Thank you, Samu. I don't stream, but I'm tempted to get a light for video calls because I'm always side lit. Yeah, no, that's actually why I got this light, because here, I can turn it off. It's not that big of a difference. Like, if anything, it makes it look a little mysterious. But sometimes when the sun is really in there, it's just kind of like Ghost Cassidy and Darkness Cassidy. And so it's nice to have one of those. I guess that means you're top brass. Nice. Good one. Naira Blue, are you based in the city? I'm gonna throw my hat into the ring for Texas's Mexican food. True. I've had some incredible tacos in Dallas. Okay, I also saw a TikTok that kind of blew my mind about tacos. So you know how there's like some places have the double layer of taco tortillas? This person in the TikTok said if you just eat the one with like the inner shell and leave the outer shell on the bottom, as stuff falls out of the taco, as it inevitably does, you can then use that outer shell as another taco. It's very simple, but that's genius. You just get more taco that way. Oh, amazing. How has nobody thought of this? I know, right? It blew my mind. Talk about a good tip. Hey, Luke, thank you so much for subscribing. Incredible tacos in Dallas. Sounds like velvet taco. Oh yeah, we have a velvet taco here too. That's good. Have you ever tried learning small talk? I haven't, but it seems neat. Actually, in one of my, in like my newsletter, the interview questions of the week, there's someone who, her name is Dr. Vanessa, oh, what's her last name? I'm just gonna call her Dr. Vanessa. She always submits, or lately has been submitting everything in small talk, and it's been very interesting to read her code and see how functional it is. What advice would you give to negotiate one's salary? It varies. I hate to say it depends, but I would say kind of be clear about the fact that you think you deserve it. You know that like the market rate is good, and be just like, I think I deserve a raise for all the work that I've done this year. Here's some bullet points on things that I've done. Please consider it. And it really can vary on your manager and stuff how to approach it, but that's the approach that I go towards. It's very helpful to practice with like a friend, a stranger on the internet, even your parents. Just practice to see what it feels like to ask, so that way you can be a bit more confident going into it. Opinions on insomnia cookies? I haven't had them in so many years. I remember liking them, but I haven't had them in so many years, I couldn't tell you. What's small talk? It's a really old functional language, but it's cool. Hey, Stidge. Split mechanical keyboard suggestions? I recommend the Iris. It's pretty good. I guess it depends on how much you want to build it. Because you could do it like this one. I laser cut the case, hand soldered all of it. You could do like the Ergodox EZ or the Moonlander, which you don't have to build, but you can customize. Oh nice, a Barca fan. Are you following Euros? I'm barely following anything. Don't ask me any questions. I just wore the jersey today and I'm now kind of regretting it because people are asking my opinions. I generally think that Messi's cool. This is a Messi jersey. And I've been to one game and I enjoy occasionally saying, yeah, that's my team. I'm very bad at sports, so please don't take this too seriously. Insomnia cookies give you stomach aches? Oh no, that's no good. Stomach aches are a sign you had a good time. True. Small talk is an OOP language. I thought that it was functional. Maybe it's just how I've been seeing the code examples from Dr. Vanessa, because when she does it, it's always a very functional style of it, so I assumed it was a functional language. But if it's OOP, that's even more interesting, and now I want to know about her style more. But yeah, it is really old. when I looked it up, I was just like, oh, do people really use this? Is she just doing this as a hobby? I don't know. I stopped doing JavaScript in 2018 when I migrated to data science. Where does one brush up on front-end interview questions? With the roles that you go for, sometimes companies might ask more specific ones about frameworks, and some might ask more about just like, how does the DOM work and stuff. Honestly, if you look up on GitHub front-end interview questions, there's like tons of really good repos that fill it out. If you want some React specific ones, I have a course on Scrimba that you could follow. Smalltalk stable release published in 1980. Whew. I can't believe 1980 is 41 years ago. Crap. Man. Miss Williams, have been trying to reach your car's extended warranty. Thank you. You troll. See, I told you were good at trolling. Thank you for subbing again. Yeah, that's legit. Warsaw Barsa. Hello, something scripted. I'm doing well. I worked on a blog post today. I actually, so I mentioned it in like the stream title today. I worked on a project yesterday that used both React and Vue together, and it functionally works now. I kind of regretted doing Vue in the end, where I was just like, ooh, this would be interesting to try, and then at like 11 p.m. I was like, why did I do this to myself? But I made a project that works, and now I want to make it cute. And so I'll show it to you in a bit, and we can do some CSS together. Almost messy, yeah. Ahmed209X, thank you so much for subbing. Look, what? I know, right? Is it just so that one component has React goodies and VF? No, so they're actually separate repos, but they work together. And the reason why I decided to try Vue on it was because I liked the idea of a component being able to self-delete itself. Or self-delete itself. Ugh. Being able to self-delete. And that's very much an anti-pattern in React. So as I was noodling on the concept, I was just like, you know, let's try something new. And then, again, regrets were had. But it was still very interesting, and Ben in the chat was very, very helpful in helping me figure out some of the nuances. So I have a different view of React now. Heyo. Honestly, it kind of solidified in my brain that I'm very much a React developer, but it was fun to learn. And for your question, what are you thinking about Vite? Both the React app and the Vue app were written in Vite, and so I can show it to you. Hey, Practical Dev, what's up? Hey, Grayson. Yeah, I got a hacky solution for that self-delete in Vue. Yeah, it felt wrong, but it worked. There were a few things where I was just like, I don't know if this is gonna work, and it did. And so I do like that magical element of Vue where it works and I don't fully know why, but it's also slightly unsettling when things work and you don't know why. Because there was a point where things weren't working, and that's when I needed help fixing things, and they were just like, oh, well, it's because you did this, this, and this, and I was just like, so it works, but it's fragile. And that was just because I don't know Vue. Oh, another question I've been meaning to ask since the Industrial Revolution. How old are you? When you're building your newsletter, how do you aggregate content? For example, do you have a draft open and we can just add stuff? So, let's talk about tools. I use Raindrop for bookmarks. And actually, I can share my screen and show you what that looks like. Hype Train! Chewigel, thank you so much for subbing. Vape Juice Jordan, thank you so much for the raid. Wow, it's a party today. So let me zoom in on my screen and you can see all the stuff. Okay. So I have this bookmark manager called Raindrop, and I have this thing, just a category called Put in Newsletter. And so whenever whenever I find a link that I think I should put in the newsletter, I put it in here, and then I do a bit more sorting later. And so this is generally what I do for that sort of thing. I also have like, what's cool about Raindrop is they recently added public links, and so Hype Train again. What? Ben, thank you so much for subscribing. And so like for example, I have this referral links one. If I where is it? How do I do this? Is it this? Yes. So I can actually go to this URL and send this to anybody. And so if anybody wants my referral links, it's just a page that people can go to for all of the things. And it's very fun. So I'll send that one to you. Thanks for the referral credit if you use any of them. But yeah, and so Raindrop is really great for organizing bookmarks. And that's what I use, where I have a put in newsletter, and then I'll either save it for later if I want to, or I'll archive it or something. And then besides that, I use Obsidian. And so Obsidian, we've talked about it so much on this stream. It's a note-taking app. It's a glorified Markdown editor that can do more. And so, for example, here's some notes that I made on a book called Making of a Manager, where there's a lot of very good questions about teams and stuff. It was a lot of questions actually that I pulled from there. And so super fun. Luke, thank you so much for all those bits. Wow. Anyway, inside of the Obsidian, I make a note, and I have an Obsidian template. Hype Train. Inside this template, I just populate it with the links that I've gathered. I write everything in here, and then because of how Obsidian works, I have my current newsletter that I'm working on, the previous newsletter, and then I have newsletter submissions. So newsletter submissions, this is where I put just all of the links for when people answer the interview question of the week here. I put it all in this format, and then I actually have a really ugly code pen that I use. Let me find it. This code pen. This one. It's not cute, but let's just say I'll do it with these first few links. In this code pen, I paste in the links here, and then it outputs HTML that I can put in my newsletter. And so that is how I get everyone's name in the newsletter for that. And so that is my workflow. I populate my newsletter with links that I've collected over time, all of the interview question stuff, and then I have like sponsor copy for various companies that have sponsored my newsletter. It's not the cleanest workflow, but it works. What theme is that? Actually, it's one that I made, and you can get it at cast.run/igneous. I named it Igneous because I was keeping with the Obsidian theme with rocks. So there you go, Igneous. That is the theme. It's a fork of another theme. I think it was Nord. It was like a dark theme of Nord. And then also it has a use light mode too, and so I have a light mode version as well. But I almost never use it. I use dark mode, but it's kind of fun to see it on like the graph over here. But let me go back to dark mode. Let's see. Are these in the order of when they're submitted? Oh, the newsletter submissions? They are not. They're in the order of when I've seen them. And so sometimes I'll see them on Discord, sometimes people will DM me, sometimes people will put them on Twitter. As I see them, I put them in the doc, and I do it right away, like whether I'm on my phone or on my computer, because if I don't do it right away, I will forget. And so that's the order that they're in. There's no special order. How do you choose CodePen versus Code Sandbox? I almost always choose CodePen for things. Full disclosure, I used to work there, so I really like CodePen. But I'll do Code Sandbox if I want a really big multi-file project, or I want to show a file structure more. Because CodePen is really good for my quick demos of just like getting a certain concept across. But if I want to show, for example, a bigger React app, I tend to use Code Sandbox for something like that. I saw Obsidian open and thought you maybe had hooked up your to-do app to it. Not yet. That's something that I'd like to do eventually, but not yet. Thanks for liking my Barcelona shirt. I use Code Sandbox for larger templates and CodePen for CSS and JS experiments. Yeah, that too. I do like pen.new, if y'all haven't seen that one. Pen.new opens a new CodePen. What a concept, am I right? You still like the companies you used to work for? Dang. Honestly, I still like all the companies I used to work for, except for Amazon. And they're fine, it's just, that was an experience. So, anyway, that was a very long answer to my workflow for my newsletter. Can I use this chat to recruit for my company? Please do. I like the none of the companies I've worked for or am working for. No, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I have an Alexa in the next room. I could say, Alexa, turn off the lights, and she won't hear me. Haha. This time, I might have one in my office later. We'll see. Hype train! What? So fun. I do like having an Alexa around the house just because it's nice being able to like before, again, we're in a small apartment now, but before when we were going around the house, we would be able to say like, Alexa, good night, and she would turn off all lights in the house except for upstairs, like in the bathroom and bedroom. Stuff like that was nice. Or we were able to say like, Alexa, lock the front door, that kind of stuff. Has Taco Bell been talked about yet on this stream? Not yet. KK Sorbet, thank you so much for the gift subs. My Alexa heard you. Oh no, I'm sorry. By the way, Jimena will be proud. We have a Discord channel, and so if you have your Twitch connected to Discord, then if you're a Twitch sub, you can join the Discord channel. Otherwise, if you would like to join Patreon, you can, and that'll give you access to the Discord as well. It's very, very fun and very, very active, full of lovely trolls who I care about deeply. Have I played Detroit Become Human? No, I've never even heard of that. Oh, it's a PlayStation game. It looks interesting. It has some legit people in it too. Yeah, no, I've never heard of this one. Taco Bell just arrived in the UK, I think. I just walked about 20 minutes for a burrito there yesterday and then found out my order didn't exist. No! Excited for any games Nintendo announced? Honestly, I've been so underwater with all the tasks I have to do, I have not paid attention to any announcements, sports or otherwise. What have been some of your favorite ones? I'm looking it up. Nintendo announcements. Looking that up. It's a really good game and good story. Oh, there have been many announcements. Wow, I live under a rock. Okay, let's see here. What are some of the biggest announcements? Ooh, new Smash characters. That's always fun. I am not good at Smash, but I enjoy it a ton. It's a very, very fun game, but I should not play with people who have any semblance of skill. Life is Strange games? Oh, that's kind of interesting. I like the concept of the Life is Strange games, but I admit I fell asleep while playing it and took that as a sign that I wasn't very interested in the game. Super Monkey Ball, ooh. Wow, I haven't played one of those in a long time. Super Mario Party Superstars. Fun. Metroid Dread. I am not their target audience. Cruise and Blast. I have not ever played any of these, but it seems cool. Ooh. WarioWare. I don't know any of these games. That looks scary. I can't handle horror games these days. I used to be much better at them, and I'm a total weenie now. Advance Wars, oh fun. Yes, this is what I want to see. Hyrule Warriors expansion pass. Sick. I have been hearing about this one too. This Game & Watch Zelda thing. Like, this sounds really fun. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, I clicked on it. I'm just gonna like that tweet and go back. That one seems very, very cool. Phil, thank you so much for the sub. Breath of the Wild 2! Yes! That I am very, very hyped about. But the thing is, 2022 release, don't get me excited just to drop me down. 2022 is far away. But I'm very, very excited. I've been thinking about playing... I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I've been thinking about replaying Breath of the Wild. I don't need to. But I love completing games. Like, just full completion. And I... when I did play Breath of the Wild the second time and I had the DLC, you know how that has, like, the Traveler's Path DLC? I don't know if you know this, but it can show you on the map where you've walked. I covered every inch of that map. And granted, I thought I covered every inch of that map, but I only got like 300 Korok seeds and there's like 900 of them, so clearly I didn't do that good of a job, but still 300 Korok seeds and got like all of the shrines, all of those extra challenges and everything. But yeah, it takes a lot of time to do that. And I love the immersion that you can get with Breath of the Wild because of how open world it is. Like, you can play it how you are as a human. There's this one time where when I was playing Breath of the Wild, there was a point where monsters were chasing me. This was the first time around I was playing, and I was too afraid to like hit people. So monsters were chasing me, and I was running up a hill. I was just like, I don't know where to go. They're gonna catch up on me. What am I gonna do? Wait, I can jump off the cliff, and I just did, and that was something that was totally, it unlocked something in me where I was just like, this is as if it were me, like, really running away IRL. It was like, again, I'm a weenie. I run away from things instead of facing them head on. And I just loved that. I felt so immersed in it because I could play how I am as a human. And meanwhile, like, my sister, she's very brave. And so she just would go in with clubs and be just like, I don't care if it's a weak weapon, I'm gonna beat them all up. And it's so fun to see people playing Breath of the Wild because you can see their play style because it's so open world. I love that game. It's so great. You don't have the patience for completionism. I feel that. Especially towards the end of the game, you're just like, do I need to do this? Really? There's a person I was talking to where on this he's a hiring manager and he got someone's resume, and on the person's resume they said, I completed all of Breath of the Wild, and then they, like, in the bullet points they said, I mean all of it, every Korok seed, every shrine, every expansion challenge, everything on like hard mode and stuff. And like, I was just like, you know, that is an accomplishment I would respect on a resume. Like, not necessarily relevant to a job, but I get who you are as a person, and I appreciate it. They got an interview. I don't know if they got... actually, my friend was telling me, they did the interview, and they did really well, but they explained everything so in such a detailed way that they were just like, we don't know if this person could be concise. And I was like, you could probably guess that from the resume, don't you think? Yeah, you don't have to be good at Breath of the Wild to enjoy it. Exactly. Yeah, and they did it in master mode. Incredible. Also, I was talking so much. Frank Dev posted that they are hiring. So, dear chat, I work for a really neat small startup called Avise. We are looking to fill lots of roles, but right now we're trying to find an experienced front-end developer to help with React. We're an accounting web app startup, fully remote. Former co-founder of Peloton. That is awesome, and y'all should, yes, Frank is posting it again. Apply if you need a gig. Completionism in games. I'm quite proud of my I 100%ed every Dark Souls as a middle finger to this disability. Dang. I haven't played Dark Souls, but I do have a friend where she plays Dark Souls a lot and like replays Dark Souls a lot. And like that's her entire live stream is just her replaying Dark Souls time and time again. We're doing a salary recalibration, so I don't want to post our stuff until that's done, but we're hiring too. That's always good. Like, it's a good sign if you're doing salary recalibration if the salaries go up. I guess I shouldn't say always good, because you never know, but that's really nice. Someone just shared the stream on our front-end channel at work? What? Hello, Ben's coworkers. Can I use this stream to promote a noun I coined? Occult coupling. Non-countable in software, coupling between components that is not readily detectable by reading code or using popular IDEs. Okay, sure. I get that. I get that as a term. My reaction times are bad and coordination is too, but Dark Souls is so good. It rewards slow, methodical play, which is the only way I play, so it works out. Yeah, no, like, I really like games where timing doesn't matter. Like Pokemon, for example, it doesn't matter as long as you know, survive, and do the moves, and I like that about Civ and stuff. Granted, I do play things like Fortnite, but, oh, what is that game? The one on the Switch, there's like a chick in a cave, it frustrated me so much that I quit. What was it? I'm gonna look up frustrating Switch game. Celeste! Celeste. That game was not meant for someone like me. It's a great game. Like, my husband loved it, but I would always hear him just suddenly start screaming in another room because of just how frustrating it got to be. I love the art in it. I love all the different art styles that are in it. Like, look at this website. That's beautiful. But oh my word. I was so infuriated playing Celeste and just continually failing. A frustrating game with chick in a cave is 100% Celeste. Yeah, no, I mean, you can kind of see the screens here. There's a cave in that. But yeah, no, like, Joe, I think he 100%ed the C sides. I could barely get through the A sides at that. I gave up. I was so mad. But again, the art is very cool. Chick in a cave. Oh yeah, not a chicken. That's very good clarification. Yeah, it's a beautiful game. I truly love the art of it, but that is not a game for little old me. Did you ever play Stardew Valley? Yes, and I love it. Have you played the new updates? I have started a new one with the new updates, and already just the fact that you can make a steak out of like the bug guts from monsters, game changer. So great for the caves. Love it. If you played Super Meat Boy and thought, I would like an order of magnitude more frustration, Celeste is for you. Heyo. The chicken can only be defeated with the holy hand grenade. City Girl did the soundtrack for Celeste and put a lot of good music. Yeah, again, I love all the art aspects of the game. The music, they've got 3D stuff, they've got pixel stuff, they've got such cool like parallax styling and everything. I love how the game looks. But the rage that it put inside of me, I could not. I could not. To which the count is 3. 3 shall be the count. Did you play Untitled Goose Game? Yes. I loved trolling people in Untitled Goose Game. I know they're NPCs, but just like honking so they look at you and then just waving your arms and walking away. That's top tier comedy. I thought that game was so funny. Celeste has a very good feel too. The controls are fluid and simple. Yeah, no, it's a very straightforward game. It just... Oh, I know Celeste has an easy mode. Adrian Engine. I'm not good at games. I enjoy them, but I am not good at them. So yes, I know there's an easy mode. I'll leave it at that. There's a game called Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. I saw that one! Or I saw some reviews of that one. It looks really good. Also, because the chat has been moving quickly, I saw a comment and I totally missed it, but someone was asking about playing Go. I think it was someone whose name starts with a K. There it is, Kidos. Hello, Kidos. You want any resources for learning Go? So, honestly, I learned Go by just playing, actually you can see some of the games I play. I'm not that good. Full disclosure. So if you see my games and you're just like, why'd she go there? I don't know. Please don't question me. But on onlinego.com, online-go.com, they have a lot of great games, and you can do really slow games like this. This one I've been playing for... How long have I been playing this game? Since beginning of June. This person doesn't know what they've done. Watch out. I'm about to capture this entire side of the board. Sorry, friend. Anyway, sorry, got distracted by playing. But they have a lot of really good puzzles where like exercises for beginners and stuff. And I looked at these a ton when I was learning how to play. And so as you play the different exercises for beginners, it'll say it's correct. And then what's really cool about the Online Go platform is it explains like, okay, to kill a group, here's the details that you need and stuff. And so once again, it shows correct and then gives you explanations. I've made some exercises on there for people. It's great. Also, people are talking about the language. I'm sorry. Totally misunderstood. I don't know resources for learning Go the language because I told myself I didn't like Go the language because it was too C-like. But, hey, Go the game? I could talk about that. I don't know where to go in this one. Heh, pun. Because I was thinking about doing that, so that way I could do that, but then if they go there, then they can capture this. Here's how, they have it in Analyze. Because if I do this, that puts this little piece at risk, so they'll block that. And then I could do something like this, but then they'll go there, and let's just say I go somewhere dumb. They could do that and capture that chunk, so I don't want that. I could just do something like this. I'm worried that they're going to try to capture all of this. I don't think they can, though. Yeah, this is safe. Okay. I'll play this later. Anyway, Go is very fun, and I recommend it. And I can't speak towards the language. I'm sorry. But hey, Javorsky in the chat, he's good at Go. So, there's that. Oops. People should not name things Go. Between the language, between domain names, the game. Yeah. What did I study in Spain? I studied Spanish. Spanish language. I have a minor in Spanish. So yeah, I just took Spanish classes there. And so like I had a phonetics class, a Spanish culture class, Spanish history class, Spanish like advanced grammar, that kind of stuff. I just really studied the language a bunch. Flamenco, that was not a part of my university, but I took flamenco classes while I was out there. I did actually go to a computer science class there just for no credit. I just wanted to hang out and see how they learn computer science in another country. That was pretty cool. Yeah. I wore this jersey to the comp sci class actually. I remember that where I like walked in and I remember when I first walked into the class, it was partway through the semester and just people stared at me. And I was just like, oh man, is it really obvious I'm an American? And then I remembered I'm a woman. That was why they were staring at me. They didn't know where I came from. But it was a very, very fun class. And then people told me I couldn't sit by them because I was wearing a Barcelona jersey. I warmed up to them eventually. Isn't Go short for gopher? I know they call people who write Go gophers. I don't know if the language is short for gopher though. I did go to a computer science class. Heyo. Yes, I did. But I didn't I didn't do Go in there. It was C. I'm sorry, I didn't play along with the joke. Was there much difference between CS in Spain and in the USA? The concepts were the same. Like, we were learning just data structures and stuff. And it was actually a class I had taken in computer science before, like in my degree, but it was in Spain. What was interesting to me, though, was that, at least in this particular class, they all did it via paper. Like the teacher would explain how things would work, the professor would teach it, and then everybody would write out their data structures on paper. And I was just like, where are your laptops? What are you doing? But they were just like, if you can understand this on paper and stuff, then when you put it in a computer, if it works, great. If it doesn't work, then you have to like really learn the theory and stuff there. And anyway, that was probably the most interesting thing to me, that it was all just handwriting stuff. But besides that, all the data structures are the same. Amazing your Spanish in the Gansi Twitch. Oh yeah, Gansi was fun. His accent is very Argentinian. So he goes like yo llego and stuff instead of yo llego. That throws me off just a little bit. I want to join his stream, but I'm a little intimidated because I definitely understand Spanish better than I can speak it. Unless I like need to run away, and then I could be like, ayúdame. Trail Codes has been learning Go on stream. Oh, cool. I'm lying, it was Rust. What were you lying about? Oh, yeah. They were learning Rust. Ayúdame, yeah. Well, the thing is, the accent, where I studied in Cáceres, which is very West Spain, their accent is so different than what I thought I knew. Like, I thought I knew Spanish pretty well before going to Spain, but then getting there, I was like, I'm gonna die here. Because they just drop consonants left and right, and it was almost like they had a Portuguese accent to their Spanish, and whew. It was very, very intimidating. I literally would just bring my Spanish dictionary to lunch and to various places everywhere. And so when they said words, I'd be just like, wait, what did you just say? And then they'd point out a word. I was like, that is not how you pronounced it, but okay, I'll take it. Was it in Galicia? No, Cáceres, it's west and more south of Galicia. We're waiting for you in the Gansi Spanish stream. Oh boy, everybody's here. No. What am I doing professionally? Hanging out, you know? I'm still working at Nullify. Things are going well. Can't complain. I just got an interview after doing my first take-home coding test. Ooh, nice. They will probably grill you on your project. Be ready to talk about why you did certain things. That's the point of the project. The Argentine accent is more confused. Yeah. It's, I like it, because I like vos. I like that way of thinking because it makes sense. Like, usted, ustedes, vos, vosotros. But, like, it's hard to understand. Yeah, be like, vamos, más o menos. Just like dropping consonants and we had a dog, so I lived with a Spanish family and we had a dog, and they said I learned a lot of profanity from them yelling at the dog, and it was words that, like, the way they said it truly was like, it was slangy and they dropped consonants and stuff. I had no idea what some words mean. And so I had to, like, go to some of my Spanish friends and be like, what does this mean? And they would just laugh at me for a long time, and then they'd break down the insult, and I'd be just like, oh dang, they're calling that dog a skank or something. I hope for take-home projects. I'm deathly scared of whiteboard interviews. Yeah, it definitely depends. I kind of like whiteboard interviews because then I can just get it over with, whereas, like, if I'm doing a take-home, I need to make sure it's perfect. I kind of like with live streams. I love doing live streams because I can just talk and not have to edit videos or something. But then if I'm doing a pre-recorded video, I have to edit it until it's, like, good in my eyes. So lots of pros and cons there. I really should not have worn this jersey during the European Championship. I'm not watching it. I'm very, very lightly following the news, but I've been busy, so I haven't watched any of it. The job listings I've been looking at in particular explicitly say not to worry because they won't put you in front of a whiteboard. I've only done whiteboard interviews because this company gave me a take home and I got more nervous than a whiteboard interview because I had time to do it. Yeah, and so how we do interviews, and I love it, and I hope that more companies do stuff like this, is with our team, we tell people what the interview is going to be. We'll say, hey, you're going to take this open source repo, you're going to add this functionality to it, you can get creative in these ways, plus bring a code sample that you found that was challenging or that you're really proud of. We give all of that to the person ahead of time, and then we do it in person. And so when we do it in person, we kind of treat it like pair programming, where you do the coding and we talk through it and stuff. But it's really, really nice doing it that way because then people can prepare as much as they want or as little as they want. I really like the way we do it. Vue or React for job opportunities? React. I mean, there's job opportunities for both, don't get me wrong. But React is more popular, so that's my short answer. I'm curious, how's the onboarding process within the team at your company? Typically what we do is we have like a first day of school doc where we make sure like all of the software you need is installed. Throughout your first few weeks, you do various meetings with all of like the heads of different departments, so that way you can meet everybody and know like what different parts of the company does. Typically we do what we call a 30, 60, 90. So what do you want to accomplish in your first 30 days, your first 60 days, and your first 90 days? We actually start by going backwards, where you start with the 90 days. Where do I want to be 3 months from now? And then what are the steps you'll take in the 60 days and the 30 days to get to that point? That's typically what onboarding looks like. Oh, that's awesome. I like that. I burn too much time in a straight whiteboard interviews because I end up mulling things too much. I think it's okay to mull things a lot as long as you talk it out. Because when I do a whiteboarding interview, I almost always I talk out my entire answer before I write anything on the board. Sometimes I might draw a diagram of what I'm thinking, but besides that, I say, okay, here's how I'm going to approach this, yada, 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 draw this diagram. I'm thinking this, this, and this. Does this make sense? And then once I have like a conversation going with the interviewer, that's when I say, okay, now I'll actually code it. And then I do it that way. And by talking about it a lot up front first, you can kind of do the mulling verbally. They can see what your thought process is. And then it also shows good communication skills, and it lets you get to a point with the interviewer where you might be able to say, like, this still follows our line of thinking, right? And there have been times where an interview says, didn't you say you wanted to do this? And I'm like, oh, you're right. And so it kind of turns it into a two-way street a bit more. Thank you, Josh. I'm glad you liked that paper. Is it hard sometimes for people to come up with code samples they're proud of that they can show? So what we've done before when they can't show it, we just say anonymize it. And that's typically what they do. They'll say, okay, this is generally what the code was. And so sometimes they write up what the code did. Sometimes they'll say, like, here's part of a function that I can show, or something like that. That's how they've done it before. Hey, Timotheus. What was my 30, 60, 90? So, for example, in my 90, I wanted to have a regular weekly live stream. Look at this. That's a regular weekly live stream. I wanted to at least monthly go on a sales call, so that way I could see what customers were asking for, and in case there was anything missing in the product or anything that I could educate more people about. Actually, I think I can look up my 30, 60, 90. Let's see how well I'm doing, shall we? More than a year later. I'm sure it's somewhere in here. And if it's not, what can you do? Oh, you know what? Wait, I found it. Wait, no, I didn't. So I changed managers because my manager left the company to start her own thing. And so I think I lost my old 30, 60, 90. That's fine. I wanted to write at least 3 blog posts a month. I wanted to give a talk at least once a month. I think that's all I can really remember. But generally, those were the goals. Reverse Paul Rudd. Who would have thought? Me. What do you think about game development and how it differs from web development in terms of programming complexity? It's hard to say because I'm not a game developer. I've dabbled and I want to do more with it, but I haven't made time. I think game development involves a significantly large amount of math compared to web development. That is my short answer because that is what I've experienced. I don't like Thursdays for the live stream. I'm sorry. Thursdays are easy for me because it's our no meeting days. I've been thinking about adding another day, but I have so many meetings on other days I would have to figure out how to make it work. And I might have to be more like strict on timing because for this one I just kind of roll with it and we end when we end unless I have something coming up. But for other days I would have to be a lot more strict on timing and stuff. What was my first talk about? My first talk ever? Or my first talk at Netlify? Because I've been speaking for 10 years. So I've been talking a lot. What was my first talk about at Netlify? I think it was about Next.js. Actually, I can look this up on Polywork. 1 second. I'm just gonna load my Polywork profile and scroll back. Let's see how it goes. What's a 30, 60, 90? It's your goals for the first 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days in a given job. How is streaming and blogs company related? It depends on your role, but for me, a lot of the stuff that I do it for the dev community and showing, basically trying to be Netlify's eyes and ears in the dev community. And so that's why it's a part of my job. Whenever you ask questions about Netlify, it's good for me because then I can write a blog post about them or something. I think a lot of my talks and blog posts have been the result of people asking questions and stuff. Every single job I've had, even if it's just a regular like development job, nothing with dev advocacy or anything, I always make sure to do some type of speaking just because I really enjoy it. Hopefully you've been speaking your whole life. Heyo. Yeah, I've been speaking, but like I was much more shy before I started public speaking. If you were to talk to high school me, she'd be just like, you do what for a living? And now I speak a lot. This is gonna take a while to scroll back, so I'm just gonna keep answering questions. I wanted 30, 60, 90 to be a cool skateboard trick. I'm sorry. How long did it take for you to put all your stuff into Polywork? A while. As you can see, there's quite a bit. My not so secret productivity tool is playing Civilization, like Civ 6. And so in between turns, I basically just went through my calendar and was just like, okay, what are all the events that I've spoken at? And pulled it all with that. There's actually some things that I didn't include on here that I need to, like quite a few podcasts and stuff. And I plan on including those, but one thing that they're going to add soon is being able to collapse dates. So for example, collapsing the year 2021 and 2020 so I could see what I did in 2019 without having to scroll back. I'm going to add like a significant number of things once I can do that because I won't have to scroll anymore. Polywork is super cool, but I've been too lazy to fill it up. Yeah, I mean, what I did is I have a list in Obsidian. Here, I'll pause for a second. Let me open up Polywork. So like, for example, these are the things that I have not added to Polywork yet. But I just went straight from 2019 in my calendar and wrote down everything in an Obsidian note. And then I slowly but surely added it to Polywork just like while watching TV. How about a game of Civ right now? No. One more turn. Thanks for congratulating me on the GMA spot. It's kind of fun. Oh wait, I skipped joining Netlify. Ah. Is Gandhi still nuclear happy in Civ 6? Yes. Does Netlify offer any managed storage service? No. They haven't added the ability to collapse dates? Not yet, but it will be soon. They said like hopefully within the next week or two. Okay, I joined Netlify on April 20th, 2020. So there you go. My first talk was the Women of React conference. And then I did a live stream on April 30th, another live stream on May 13th. Then I gave a webinar on May 23rd. So those were some of the first talks I did. Workshops, that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's my very long polywork profile. It's still not even done. But it's been fun. It's a very long way to answer your question, as one does. You joined Polyarc after the dev stream yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was a really fun stream. Do you like learning JavaScript as a first language without a CS background? Or do you think you should learn it with reservations to supplement it with a language like C or Java to round out your learning? Depends on how you learn. Technically I started as a teenager with web dev, and then I got a traditional comp sci degree, which was, I did mostly Java, C, C++, and then some functional languages. And then I went into backend engineering and did Python, and then I was like, I miss the web, and so I switched to front end and haven't looked back. So I don't know if I'm the right person to ask because I have done the holistic way, but there's plenty of people who went straight to JavaScript and stuck with it. And so I'd figure out, where do you think your gaps in learning are? If you think that another language might be able to help you, great, but it might not. So it varies. What's your opinion on Ruby? I like it. There was a point where I really wanted to learn it, and I made like some small projects with it that I'm sure are still on my GitHub somewhere, but I have no major opinions on it just because I haven't made a lot with it. Do I speak Catalan? No. I can kind of read it, and sometimes understand it depending on how thick the accents are, but no, I do not speak Catalan. Whenever I go to Barcelona, I like forget that they don't speak Spanish first, and so I have to like get used to the signage again and the change. Yeah, I can kind of read Catalan, I can kind of read Portuguese, just because they're similar enough to Spanish. Yeah, Barcelona is really pretty. I want to go so bad. I was supposed to go to Spain like 3 times last year, but someday. Do you have an opinion on whether JavaScript or TypeScript is a better first language to learn? No, I don't. I don't like how verbose TypeScript is. I see the benefits of it in a large team project, but I don't like writing in it, so I avoid it. But that's just me. It works great for some other people. Especially, you know what? When I was still doing Java development all the time, I was really into the concept of TypeScript because I was just like, dang, I could do web stuff again, but use my Java mindset. And so I loved the typing elements of it then. But it's been a long time since I was a Java dev, so yeah. At some point you can use any programming language once you learn the logic behind programming. Yeah, that, like for example, when I was doing Vue yesterday, I could generally build the whole app I was trying to do by kind of going through some docs and trying things. And it was just minor syntax things that I would need help with. But otherwise, once you know the concept of things, you can really do well. The park with the benches made of mosaics is cool. Is that Parkwell? I know like Gaudi designed it, but I don't remember the name of it. Learn Spanish, learn French equals Catalan speaker. That's right. JavaScript was hard for me to understand until I dove into TypeScript. Nice. Yeah, I could totally see that. it really depends on your programming background, but as a first language, it's hard for me to decide. Yeah, Parkwell. Yeah, no, I think that's how it's spelled, but I think there might be an umlaut over the U. I'm not sure. Liking or not liking a language is ultimately subjective. I hate coding in Java, but I don't think Java is trash. Yeah. Honestly, I don't like building big systems in Java, but I love writing data structures and algorithms in Java. For some reason, it just clicks in my brain much better. And it's probably because that's how I learned them, but almost every time I do some kind of whiteboarding thing where I need to do merge sort or binary search trees or linked lists or something, I very regularly go the Java route. May I lurk while working on a take-home assignment? Please, what's the assignment? If you're allowed to say. Don't say it if you're not allowed to say. I used to work in Barcelona. It's beautiful, but as a tourist, it's beautiful as a tourist, but living here is horrible. No! Some of my friends who live there say that it's beautiful. They might not live near like Les Ramblas or anything. Yep, Parkwell, there it is. Would you not prefer Python for algorithms? No. Python... I don't mind Python. My husband's very deep in the Python world. He actually runs Python office hours for Microsoft. He works there weekly. And so I always hear Python things because like he ran the office hours today, and I was just thinking about how he structured some dictionary stuff. I'm not against Python, but for data structures, I don't know, something about it doesn't click. I am not good at data structures in Python. I feel like the first language conversation is the hardest thing to get over as a beginner without guidance. It can be a dangerous path to overthinking. True. A lot of times it's just build something, try it out. As you learn little nuances and get over bugs and stuff, you learn pretty well. And then try building that thing in another language. Did you like it better? Did you run into the same problems? Do you understand the differences? That's how I learn better. Door fishing, thank you so much for subscribing. You don't need to implement data structures in Python, it has all of them. Woohoo! Funnily, I find Go to be very neat for data structures and algo. I could see that, just because Go is so C-like. I could very, very much see that. Because you still gotta do pointers and references in it, right? I think you did. Don't quote me on that, I haven't done a lot of Go. Python's approach to filtering and mapping lists is very weird coming from JS. Yeah, it's just different enough that my brain doesn't like it. Doing a Next app with Redux Toolkit, which is a nightmare in Tailwind. Yeah, I don't envy you there. Possible, I get it. Don't envy you there. Yep, it still has pointers and references, but much more manageable than C. That's good to know. I don't mind the pointers and references as much. What I do mind is doing all the memory allocation. Oh, I think I had to like implement malloc from scratch at one point, and that was just like, I never want to do this again. Ugh. What do you think about Svelte versus React? I haven't done Svelte yet. I have like articles open. I literally have an article open right now that looks pretty good, where it's Svelte for the experienced React dev on CSS tricks. I genuinely do want to learn it, and I thought this might be geared towards someone like little old me, but I have not actually done anything with it yet. Malloc sucks. Yeah, I don't have good memories, and granted that was related to like collegiate stress, blah blah blah, but. Still. I was thinking about getting into... Oh, let me see, sorry. Using an item of Barcelona is in a sad day for Real Madrid. You're diabolic. I'm sorry. I forgot that the cup is happening right now, the European. I'm not paying attention, I promise. This was not meant to be kicking you while you're down. Do you think Polywork will go the PWA route? I don't think so. Well, I don't know. I know it's a Ruby on Rails app. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure about this stack. I've mostly been talking with like the non-technical CEO. He's a designer but doesn't do the tech side, and like their go-to-market leads and stuff, and not so much on their tech teams. So I don't know a ton about how their stack works, besides me saying, "Hey, please add this feature." I changed my username? No. It's the same. I'm gonna go drop. See you later, Stitch. I have a question for you all. Would it be of any interest to you for me to walk through my writing a blog post and explaining how I do things, or is that something that sounds very boring? Because I know, yes, really? Because I really like writing blog posts and whipping them out, and I did like a sounds very boring. I did like a little mini workshop with my team this week about writing short blog posts and stuff, and they found it valuable, but I know that is like our jobs, and we were trying to push out some blogs and everything, but I don't know if it would actually be useful for everyone. But I'm glad to see the yeses. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to this. I would like to be a blog person, sure. Open a poll and you'll see how people like it. You know this is good enough, I don't need to do a poll. Thank you for subscribing, damn pal. Tell us everything from Obsidian to blog post to receiving the best blog post in the world, please. Everything. Yeah, it definitely should have been a poll. Oops. Are there silent no's though? It's okay if you say no. You know what? Maybe I will do a poll. Because I am genuinely curious. Let's just go. Do you want to see how I write blogs? Oh, I meant to say write, not wrote. See, I'm not a good writer, I guess. Just yes or no. Again, it's okay to say no, I'm just curious. The anxiety is real. Oh, for sure. We only want to know about the past. Keep future blog posts a secret. Is that emote Patton Oswalt? Kind of looks like him. Too close to tell. So, I can't do yes and no. Haha. This helped me. Thank you. Because yeah, I was thinking like I'll go through the project that I was talking about, the one where I used both React and Vue, and then I was thinking I might turn that into a tutorial of how you can do something like that. And if you'd like, you could just see how I write the blog post, and then I can get that published. Too many options, can't decide. Okay, trolls, got it. Okay, I'm just gonna stop that now. But that makes sense. Yeah, meta tutorial. Okay, cool. Then in that case, I'll write the blog in a bit, but first let me get my repos out and I'll share my screen in just a second. Because I made a thing, and it's not cute yet. It's definitely still early. But I made these two repos. They're very small. One is called Link in Bio Template, and the other one is called Link in Bio Generator. I actually need to add a README to this one. But what I did was I made it so that way I have a Link in Bio Generator that generates a link that uses this template to automatically make a little link in bio site, like a link tree. So I could have done it all in React, but I decided to just mix it up. And so let me pull up these repos and I'll download them. Ooh, all that dark mode is very confusing. Okay, there it is. I'm going to add a new repo. and I'm gonna do link in bio. Come on. Oh, you know what? I can just do a URL. This one, and then this link in bio template. I normally use the command line, but I figure this is easier for people to see that I'm cloning these. Okay, so I have cloned these two things. Now I'll open it up in VS Code. See you later, Billy Z Troll. Yes, I trust the files. I made this. Oh, that's confusing. Okay, one second. Okay, I'm going to open a new folder. So let me first talk through the template. So this template, yes, I trust them. Okay, that's just me. Okay. So here's my project. It is using Vite and it's using React. And what this does, it's very, very simple. It creates this little link in bio thing. And so what I'm going to do is, actually I'll do a new terminal and I'll do, oh, I should probably npm install. 1 second, you'll see. VS Code asks you every time now, that's so annoying. Okay, once that's done, okay, npm run dev. And so, now, in my local shows nothing, and that's on purpose. It's nothing. It's just like, wait a minute, nothing's there. I should actually fix that, but one thing at a time. What this does is it assumes that you have environment variables. So I'll do .env.local, and then in here I'll do vite_name is Cassidy Williams. Vite_profile pic. I think I call it profile pic. Yeah, Vite_profile pic, and then I'll do https github.com/cassidoo.png. Did you know that you can do that? Add a .png to your GitHub username to get the photo? Okay. Oh, I gotta restart my thing. Okay. And then inside each of these I could do like Vite GitHub link is this. And what this does is with these environment variables, it generates a link in bio, like a link tree for you. Twitter link, twitter.com/Cassidoo. And so if I restart this, look at that. See that on the side? It's got Cassidy Williams with my profile picture and the GitHub and Twitter. And so it generates this site based on environment variables. You did not know that? Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? And so in this app.jsx, I'm going to zoom out a tiny bit. It's not the cutest file. This is just pulling from those environment variables. And so inside of here, we get import.meta.env. When you use Vite, that's where you get your environment variables. It's not process.env. And then it basically takes all the keys where it's Vite_, and then it says, okay, we're going to get the profile picture. If the profile picture exists, we'll take it out of the environment variables, we got it. If the name exists, we'll take it out of the environment variables, we got it. Then the rest, it turns those into a links array, and that's what populates this list. I could add as many links as I want. I could have spaces in the name. It accepts that. And so that's what this site does. Now, what I do is with this template, I don't know if any of you have heard of the deploy to Netlify button. Deploy to Netlify button. This. There's a deploy to Netlify button where if you click this button right here, I'll link this in the chat really quick. When you click a deploy to Netlify button, it goes to this URL where it takes in a repository and it automatically clones that to your Git provider, your GitHub, GitLab, whatever, and then deploys that instantly to Netlify. But what I realized is it can also take in environment variables. And so the link could be the repo, and then you add like secret token is whatever, and custom logo is whatever. And so I was thinking, okay, I can take this template and then I can make another repo that generates this link, and then someone will be able to deploy their own custom link shortener with it. And so let me open up a new window, and that'll be with where the generator lives. And so I'm going to open, one second. Link in bio generator, this one. So in this one, let me close this. In the link in bio generator, I'm going to npm install. This one is a Vue app because I was just like, let's try it. In this Vue app, what I do is I have this input where it gets a username, it gets a profile picture, and then it has a list. And then this list is all the different links that you want. And so npm run dev. And so I have a list component that pulls in a new item that I want to add to the link. And so if I were to go here now, there we go, we got a new site. It's not cute yet. I could do Cassidy Williams, I could do the https://github.com/cassidoo.png, and then I can add different links. And so I could say my personal website is cassidoo.co, and then I could say my GitHub, github.com/cassidoo, polywork.com. Oh no, I need to edit it /cassidoo. Look at that, I can just edit it. So anyway, I'll get rid of this example.com. After I fill this out, I can click generate my site. And then I'm going to copy this link address. Let me just do it here. What this link is, it's this giant link where it says app.netlify.com, the repository with the template, and then it has this Vite name where it has Cassidy Williams, Vite profile picture, it has the link. It has all those environment variables that I added in the template. I do need to add refocus on enter. I'm not good at Vue. I would know how to do this in React. I didn't get there in Vue. Anyway, I can click this button and it'll generate a site. And so I'll do that right now and show you how it's done. Here's the site generator. Welcome to Netlify. Let's deploy it. Okay, I'm gonna call this, let me zoom in. I'm gonna call this stream link in bio test. Stream lib test. Okay. What? What do you mean it's set to private? That's not true. It's right there. Okay, this didn't happen to me yesterday. Let's try it again. What? Repository name already exists on my account. Did it work and it just gave me a false error? Huh, it did. Netlify, you sly thing. So let's pretend that did work. Lib test 1. How about that? That doesn't exist. Okay, there we go. And so now what this has done is it's deploying my site, and it shouldn't take too long because it's a very small application. Yeah, first try, haha. And so while the site deploys in progress, oh look at that, it's done. And hey, look at that! My link in bio is done. Wow. And so when I do that, now I can change the domain name, where right now it's this optimistic booth, whatever. I could change this to test lib generated stream 314 for pi. Just because I don't want to, I'm probably not going to keep this. But hey, now y'all can go to this page and voila, you have a link in bio site that works. And what's fun about it too is, let's just say you wanted to update it. Instead of having to make a brand new site every single time, in your deploy settings you can go to environment variables, and these are all the ones that we made. And so I could say, oh, I want a new one. I could just structure it the same way, and so I could do vt twitch link, and then do https:// twitch.tv/casadoo like that, and save it. And then I'll trigger a redeploy. And so now it's going to redeploy with the new environment variables. For the longest time I had no idea what pi time was. Oh, sorry. I don't know why you'd want one of these with a personal website link on it. It's just, I mean, this is for people who want to have a link in bio. I mean, Linktree exists for a reason. I did my personal website as an example, but you see this all the time where people are just like, go to my Spotify and check out my new album, or go to my SoundCloud and check out this and that sort of thing. But anyway, now I can go back here and, oh, I forgot I changed the domain name. When I go back here, then voila, look at that. I got Twitch on there. And so it's a kind of an interesting way of hacking the deploy to Netlify button and generating sites. Trying to understand why it exists. I mean, yeah, kind of like what Gabor just said, Jaworski just said. Instagram doesn't allow you to put an actual link that you can click and tap on, but they allow you to add Instagram bios. Yeah, and so sometimes people will say like, okay, my latest blog post I'll put in this. Or here's all of the important links that you need to know. So anyway, Linktree exists for a reason. This is my hacky developer version of Linktree. Anyway, because it's just taking environment variables, I thought it'd be kind of interesting. Technically, it doesn't have to just be links. I could add a theme. One thing Jaworski said that I could do is maybe like import a code pen where people could add their own CSS to the page. You could say like, oh, you want a dark mode or light mode. There's a lot of interesting options with it. And so I was thinking today, depending on your interest, we could either write a blog post on how to build something like this, and I can show you like my writing process and stuff, or we could add some different CSS to the form because the form is not that cute. Do you have preferences? Or if you don't care, I can just do whatever. Oh wait, this is the template. I don't want the template. I want the generator. See you later, Ahmed. By the way, these work. I need to update the readmes, but if you want to actually use this, actually, let me add the readme right now. Let's see. Link in bio site generator. Thanks for liking my color scheme. Yeah, I like it too. Hack the box. So the template is in React, yes, and then the generator is in Vue. I liked the idea of trying Vue for this because Vue allows you to, here, I'll do an example right here. Vue allows components to delete themselves, and so I thought it'd be cool to have a component that could delete itself that way. That was truly the only reason why I wanted to try it. I'm not that good at Vue, so it took me a long time to figure it out, but yeah. Have you tried readme.so? Yeah, readme.so is cool. I tend to just do this though. And so with the link in bio generator, oh, did I add this to the wrong team? I totally did. I did this under my Netlify. That's fine. Excuse me while I log into Netlify on my personal. Link in biogen, this one. Some cool things that you can do. I like adding this status badge to show that it's deployed. This is a link in bio site generator that allows you to add a list of links along with your name and photo to generate a nice clean site to link to on your social media profiles. And then let's see. This is going to be the link to it. Cool. That's a very small readme, but it'll work. See you later, Indie Breaker. What do you mean by components being able to delete themselves? Do you just destroy them rather than removing the data that drives them from an array? Yeah, so when in Vue, so in React, it's an anti-pattern for components to be able to delete themselves. It's like parents telling children, I'm going to be removing you. That could be a really dark metaphor. But in Vue, this little item right here, it can just say, okay, when I click this, I emit the delete functionality. This whole thing deletes the entire component from the DOM. And I think that's just really clean, and I like being able to do it at this level rather than from the parent level. I brought you into the world, it can sure as heck take you out. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Cass and Dad. But yeah, with this, they can remove themselves from the world. And so now this is like the component is running away from its parents. Angular can do that too, I think. How about that? Yeah, I just thought it'd be nice to be able to do it that way instead of maintaining all of that from the parent level. It would netlify when you commit to Git, it updates, right? Correct. There's no way you can remove a component in React. Oh, you can, but it's the parent removing children rather than the children removing themselves. That's the key difference. What am I doing? Oh, I'm pushing the README. And so, for example, when I add this README here, when I go to the page, you can see it has netlify building right here, and that's because I pushed a git commit. It probably won't build stuff just because caching is smart, and it'll see like, oh, the README doesn't matter. But that's how netlify pays attention to it on commits. Oh, and let me add a link to the site here. I don't need this. I'll say Vite, React, Vue, link in bio. Look at that, that's a tag. Saved. Cool. To me, this still looks like it's the parent removing the child component. It's just that it happens due to an event originating from the child. And that's true. The child is originating the event. That's the key. In React, the parent would be passing a function down to the child for the child to call. The child would still be calling it, but it's because the parent like gave it permission to do so. It does work, yes. Ultimately, it's the computer doing everything. Wow, you were so insightful. Troll. Anyway, I think I'll do the blog post. Well, do I want to add CSS now? I'll do the blog post for now, and then we can style it later. Maybe when we need screenshots. And so when it comes to blog posts, here's actually an example of one that I wrote today. What I typically do when I start a blog post is I write a title. Whether that stays the title or not, I just write a title, and then I have a one-sentence pitch. I have a one-sentence pitch of like, this is going to be the goal of the blog post. this pitch is not necessarily included in the blog post. It just gives me like a guiding way of doing things. Do you like, hang on one second, questions. Do you like classic mechanical keyboards like the IBM Model M? I like the idea of them, but I don't own any. I like my new shiny ones plenty. How do you do that in React? You write the delete functions in React at the parent level, and then you pass those functions down to the children, and they are allowed to call it then. The events go down in React, meanwhile in Vue the events bubble up. Programming discussions from the perspective of non-techies are wild. All that talk about removing children and killing processes. I know, right? So anyway, I'm going to do this and then start my blog post. And this is just typically how I start a new one. And so this one, I'll call it link in bio generator tutorial. But that's not going to be the title of the post. I think I'll be like, is this session being recorded? If you want, I can put it on YouTube after. I almost never do, but I'm happy to. So I'll say, hack the deploy to Netlify button using environment variables. I don't like that title either, but it's a working title to kind of explain things a bit more. And so I'll say one sentence pitch is going to be how I built a link in bio site generator using the deploy to Netlify button function plus environment variables. And so this is how I start most of my blog posts. And I also add hashtag blog because then it organizes itself in my Obsidian. Now, with the actual blog content, what I try to do, and this depends on what you're trying to write. I try to see how much can I do in my text editor itself. I try to do this not with like a browser on the side or anything. Because when I have access to the internet, I get distracted. I actually read an article recently where it was saying something like, if you have the ability to access the internet when you're doing a task, something like 40% of people will get distracted. So I try to reduce distraction as much as possible and just do this. And I sometimes write an outline. I don't always write an outline. But in this particular case, I'll probably talk about like some kind of intro. There will be a conclusion, and then I'll also, I'm 50% of those people right now. Hey. And then inside of there, I want to say like the DTN button. What is a link in bio site generator plus template sites, combine them all. So these will probably be my different sections. The Primogen, thank you so much for the raid. Wow. I really appreciate it. Hello everybody, welcome. What makes me wonder if there are digital modern apps that make you click a button and listen to some machine garbage before you can use the internet? Probably. And so right now, I'm about to write a blog post. He had to go because his cow had a surprise baby. What? That's exciting. Go cow. So I built this little project and I've dropped it in the chat, but I'll drop it in for the new folks. I have this link in bio generator where what this site does, and I'll drop the repo in the chat. What is a surprise to the cow? In here you can put your name, a profile picture, URL, and then any links that you want to have shortened, like GitHub and then github.com/Casadoo, like this. You can add all these different links to it and it'll generate a website for you that automatically deploys. And so my example one, what was the URL for it? I know I had it open at one point. That's okay. It's not meant to be seen. I think I have it on my GitHub somewhere. It generates a site, I promise. Oh, I put it on my other Netlify account. That's why it was confusing. One second. Real Madrid sure would fit you better. Sorry about that. Oh, thank you, Adrian Engine. Anyway, it generates a site like this. It's very basic, but then it can link to your various things. And so that's what the generator does. And so it's a project that I built yesterday, and now I'm going to write a blog post on how and why I built it. That's it. I built it using Vite. One of the projects, the actual template project that made this site on the side here, this one is in React, and then the generator project is in Vue for fun. Do I use Emacs? I do not. Cowbirds are very emotional. Here they're moving. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to write this blog post on it. Typically I start a blog post where I have a pitch of some kind. This will be my general outline, and now I'm going to go for it. Which do I prefer, React or Vue? React. A lot. I really like React, and Vue I was just kind of trying it, but I will definitely be sticking with Vue. Yeah, my Markdown editor is in Vue. So let's see. I'm going to do my introduction first. React or Angular? React, again. It'll pretty much always be React as my answer. Can I do a pull request to replace X with X? I'm gonna replace that with an icon at some point. It's not meant to be cute yet. I haven't added any nice CSS. Why not jQuery? Ha ha ha. I haven't done jQuery in a very long time. You dislike all the smugness around React? That's fair. There's a lot of that. Okay, let's see. I like to start my blog posts with a little bit of snark. What's that Polywork thing on your link site? You want to check it out? You can click on the link. But also, Polywork is a site where it's basically a timeline of the stuff that you do. It's a lot like LinkedIn, except it's more than just your job title, it's all the things. So like I talk about delivering a live stream, made a TikTok, I was on TV, spoke on Twitter Spaces, I wrote a blog post, this kind of stuff. And so it's just a place where you can put all of your things. If you are on the wait list, I can give you a code. Just let me know if you want one. You love the Bugatti? Thanks, I love it too. I haven't gotten any of the other cars. Or I have some cars, but not any of the giant Technic cars outside of that. Thinking of noting features on my Polywork. Would you say that's too detailed? No. I think, like I built a carousel component. I think that's what's cool about it, is you can get as granular as you want. There was someone, I think their profile is PG. Profile at polywork.com/PG. Let's find out. Yeah, and so they go really detailed in it, and because they do product design, their profile is very beautiful. And so they go really detailed in all of the small things like left navigation pattern, publish a design system, exports feature. Because they do all of these little granular ones, you can see exactly what they do in their day-to-day. So anyway, I think Charlie Deviz, I'm not sure how to say your name. I think it's totally fine to be that granular. Oh wow, you're a chief product officer. You must be a very important person. Nah, it's just something I do. Anyway, okay. Let me get to writing this blog post intro. If you're anything like me, you like shortcuts and being lazy. For those who want a Polywork code, 5 users can use Pikachu. Oh, nice. Thank you for sharing those. And if people need more codes, I should have some, so let me know. Let's see. I know that I have... Let me pull up my other blogs. I have a deploy to nullify button that I want to stick in something. Here we go. That'll work. Oh, nope, not that one. This one. Let's see, I'm gonna say blog. This is going to be so I'm going to talk about what the deploy to netlify button does, and then I'm going to say, okay, now that you know what it does, I want to hack with it, and I want to make something cool with it. You're kicking it with that shirt. Thanks, Gansi. Polywork is like if LinkedIn were built with the devs and community management in mind from the start. That's a really great way to think about it. I really like that they really took moderation into account up front, and I really, really love that about it. Like, if people want to contact you, you can say specifically what they're contacting you about. And then if someone reaches out and they're not contacting you for something savory, like if they're harassing you, if they're contacting you and they're being spammy and stuff like that, you can just block them. And then they have really good community management in mind, where if a lot of people block someone who's spamming or harassing a lot of people, they have community managers where it'll just block the person from the entire platform, which I think is great. Okay, clicking the button above lets me, or you, instantly clone my Next.js starter project. I'm gonna put a link to that in here. 1 second, let me pull up my browser again. This one, clone my Next.js starter project, and automatically deploys it to Netlify. Wow, so easy. I'm so happy. Polywork, a social network for employed parents. Yeah. You checked your waiting list status? Okay. Don't share this elsewhere. Or wait, it's in lowercase. Use this code to get off the wait list. Vortex. It expires today in like 3 hours. But Vortex will get you off the wait list and give you access. Shh. Okay. Anyway. So now I've covered the deploy to netlify button. Kind of. I also did my intro. Boom. Where was that documentation I had? This one. First, let me put the links here. The deploy to netlify button. You got on with Pikachu? Nice. Thank you for sharing that one. As you can see, my blog posts aren't exactly the most professional. I just kind of like making it sound like I'm talking with people. But now so now that I've talked about, I've introduced the concept of the deploy to netlify button, and I've said, okay, this is the technology that I want to explore. Now I'm going to talk about the type of site that I want to make, and then I'm going to talk about the structure of it, and then I'll point out things. May I ask a salary question here? Please do. Which Markdown editor am I using? I'm using Obsidian. Obsidian.md. We love Obsidian here. I could talk about it a lot. What's cool about Obsidian is you can, make all of your different files in here, and I'm using a custom theme that I made for it, which is I can send that later. But it links all of your posts together, and so I have all of these clusters of things like this. These are all of my blog posts, and then this is like, I think, projects. Yeah, these are project ideas and different projects that I've built. And so what's cool about it is it generates all of these different links between your posts and between your notes as it grows. Obsidian is a lot like Roam, right? Yes, it is. The main difference is that it's local first. And I like that because it's nice to own your own data. But it's up to you though. A mind map? Yeah, it's a lot like a mind map. Not a cult. I've heard Obsidian notebooks are supposed to be springboards for full blog post ideas, but I still feel like I'm starting from scratch whenever I write a big boy post. Have you found a better system? I write pretty much all of my posts in this just to get the idea on paper, and sometimes I write just little things, like this one is a little tune idea. I liked the sound of these notes together. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that, but that's how small it is. And then like this, I was reading a book called Making of a Manager, and I just wrote down all of the questions that I liked out of that book into a note. And then sometimes I do code snippets in it. Sometimes I give myself some examples. This is when I was testing my Markdown theme I made. And then yeah, this was the project idea that I made, and now this is going to be the blog post that I write about the project idea. I just kind of write as much as I can in there, and like Ben says, Ben Codes Zen, follow him because he does Obsidian office hours regularly on his stream, and he's awesome. But it has a plugin system and a plugin ecosystem, and so you can do a lot of really cool plugins that are JavaScript based, and you can really run with it. It's cool. Does it support multiple language syntax? Yeah, it does. I'll just do a quick example. I could do like return something like this, and then what's another language that people write in? Oh, I could do bash and be like npm install poop. Python def candy Anyway, this is editor mode, and then you can toggle between that, and so you can see the syntax highlighting there. I've been told by a few recruiters that I make less than what I should be earning given my experience. It was kind of high for a pre-pandemic salary given the area I used to live in, but I haven't been able to interview well for a new role, it seems, and it makes me question if they're blowing smoke up my chimney. What's a reliable way to figure that out? Glassdoor and Indeed doesn't seem reliable. There's this plugin for syntax highlighting in edit mode. What's the name of it? Please share. Because that's what, like, a gripe that I have, and it makes sense that that exists. I just didn't know. Charlie, if you don't mind my asking, how many years of experience do you have? Like, what general level are you? And whereabouts in the world do you live? Because I could probably give you a general range that might be good. And this is a safe space. I won't be tweeting it or anything. This is Obsidian. Amy X Red. It is a Markdown editor that also has a really awesome plugin system. And I'm writing a blog post. Let's see. The plugin is just called Editor Syntax Highlight. Okay, is it a core plugin or a community plugin? It makes sense that it would be a community one. Oh, yes. I love it. Okay, great. I'm happy. Thank you so much for showing me that exists. A safe space just for your closest 240 friends, that's right. I used to live in Miami, which has famously been behind in terms of tech salaries. I make just shy of 80K. I've been working full stack web applications since 2016, so about 5 years full time. Yeah, you should be making more money. You should be making at least 100K. At the very least, even in Miami. But also, yes, Obsidian is free. You can pay to sync across other computers. I just use Dropbox, and so there you go. But yeah, you should be making 6 figures, Charlie. Like, no question about it. Especially with 5 years experience. I could see if you were a junior developer, but yeah, you should be making more. I hope that answered your question. Yeah. Levels at FYI is really good. There's a lot of there's a lot of places where you can Google, but you can definitely be making 6 figures. You using Obsidian in local, or should we use that on the browser or any online tool? I'm using it purely locally, and then it syncs with Dropbox. Go get him, Charlie. Yeah! TIL, I learned, should be making more money. Of course you should. Get more money. These companies have more money than you do. Get it. You're very, very welcome. I'm glad that you also learned that you should be making more money. Oh man. Y'all should be making more money. And like, granted, there are small towns where they just simply don't pay that much. Like, I know plenty of developers who live in smaller towns, and because of remote work and location and stuff, they might not ever get to that 6-figure place. But for a city, even a city like Miami where it tends to be behind and stuff like that, you should be making 6 figures. It's very easy to underestimate yourself, and it's something I did for a couple of years. Yeah, I mean, I still do. I learn every day how much I've been undercharging for everything. In today's market, don't be afraid to ask more. Yeah, that's right. I'm in the last stages of getting close to a 100% raise. Holy crap, Dr. Geo, that's amazing. Spicy opinion, cost of living weighing is a scam. I agree. It's like, if the company can afford to have you work for them in San Francisco, they should be willing to have you work for them in Poland. Like they can afford those different things. And then at the same time, I see how they're just like, but we want it to be equal across things, and so we pay this person this much, but because they live in this low cost of living area, they're actually getting a better lifestyle. But the thing is, that's not up to the company to decide. It's a whole thing. Anyway. When I stopped underestimating myself, I left my job for another job with a pay increase of 80%. Holy crap. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of location-based salary at all. If your value to a company is X, that doesn't change regardless of where you live. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Location-based salary has been an oof topic in my meetup Slack, yeah. My company's complaining about that now. A lot of people are wanting to go remote and the company wants to cut salaries if they move outside the Bay Area. That's... especially because they're based in the Bay Area. That just makes me mad. That makes me so mad. Cost of living seems like a good way to avoid hiring great small-town remote devs. Sounds about right. Ooh, good night in Barcelona. We're in New Jersey. If your value to the company is X, very few companies will want to pay you X. They just want to keep some back for profit. True. A lot of companies, they'll find out what people should be getting paid, and then they usually pay like 80 to 85% of what that value should be, to leave some room for negotiation and stuff. Cost of living weighing is a company saying how much can we underpay people that we can get away with. You should buy the Extremadura CF one. I know, right? I had a bunch of sweatshirts and swag from it, but I kind of wore them so much that they died off, and I just need to go back. Because this one, I admit I don't wear that often. I've had this for almost 10 years. I'm at a startup and I probably make half or less of what I would make elsewhere because they're looking for their next round of funding. Oh, that's so hard. I admit I'm kind of dealing with that too. As much as don't get me wrong, I love working on Elphi. Clearly I'm writing a blog post and I'm still working there. But it is still a startup. And when I hear what I could be making at some of the larger companies, makes you question things sometimes. But you also, when you have a really good culture, that's hard. It's difficult. Money's hard. Companies that hired you remote and make you come back to the office are asking for a pay cut. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I agree with you about that, but it's also kind of, it's always a pay cut, because then if they say, okay, we don't have an office anymore, you're working from home, and they don't give you some kind of work from home budget, now you're kind of blowing your Wi-Fi budget, you're spending so much more on a good desk and setup at home. Companies need to be just paying you more all over the place. Startups are cool for growth. You should negotiate for equity though. You should negotiate for equity, but here's my little spicy take on equity. If you're not getting RSUs where they give you the stock, if they're giving you stock options, really, really assess if it's worth it. Because then you have to buy the stock options, and then you get taxed whenever your company does well, but it might take a really long time for the company to actually do anything. Like, at a previous company I worked for, I bought all my stock options because I was like, I need to buy all of these. This is what you're supposed to do. I want ownership in this company. It is going to be successful. You know, that company may be successful one day, but that cost me a lot of my savings because I thought I was supposed to do that. That was 6 years ago. That company they're not IPOing anytime soon. They're not being bought anytime soon. I spent a lot of money for ownership in something that doesn't have value until someone tells them they have value. And if they raise another round, like if they raise a Series C, D, whatever, then I'm gonna get taxed because I own some of those stocks after I already spent more money on them. It's annoying, right? So, like, Bears Beats Battlestar Galactica, love your username, thank you so much for subscribing. And so, like, for example, at LFI, again, really enjoy working there. Until I know a bit more about the timeline of everything, I'm not buying any of my stock options. I appreciate that I have them. I acknowledge that it's a good amount for compensation to consider, They will probably be worth something someday because Netlify's on track to either be bought or IPO at some point. We're at that stage in the company's life. But it's a lot of money to spend on something that's not real. Taking notes on spicy takes. Yeah, it's and you have to consider, like, if you're at a startup where you are being underpaid, but you have a ton of equity, you have to think, okay, let's just say, I'm just throwing out fake numbers here. Let's say that you have 25K worth of stock. So you buy 25K of it, and you hope that someday it'll be worth 250K. It'll 10x. But you're still being underpaid. Let's just say you're being paid 100K, just for easy numbers. But you could be making 150K somewhere else. If your startup, if you're waiting for that 225K increase on there, if your startup doesn't IPO in the next 5 years, and you stay at that company at the 100K or whatever, 4 or 5 years or whatever, you could be going to another company that, let's just say they pay you 150K. In those 5 years, you're going to make that much money in salary instead of just being underpaid with all that equity on the table. You know what I'm saying? I could see if they were RSUs where they just give it to you, that's a different story, because then you're being given the equity as a part of your compensation. But with the whole buying things, that's where you have to start thinking, will it actually be worth it? And sure, but Facebook, billions. RSUs, restricted stock units. It's the same thing as equity, only there's stock options and stock units. Stock options is where they give you the option to buy it. So I have the option to buy a portion of the company for equity. Stock units means they just give it to you, where because you've worked here, we're giving you equity in the company. I'm impressed that you scrolled through the entire badges menu. I did not do that myself. And so, like, some startups, like for example, when I worked at Venmo, they did stock units. So they just gave us the equity. And so when PayPal bought them, I didn't have to spend any money. I just got my nice PayPal stock, and I was very happy. With the options, at another startup I worked for, I bought all the options. I had to spend money to get my equity in the company, and they haven't been bought yet. So I just bought into the company, and I get taxed whenever the company grows and gets valued more. You can't sell the options, can you? Some companies allow you to sell the options back. And so they'll do like, okay, this is a buyback period. If you've bought your options, we'll buy them back from you. And sometimes that's nice, like if you bought your options while it was Series A and then the company's at Series C, you get like a nice bonus there where the company, they give you your money back plus some, and then you just don't have your equity anymore. But still, I just went on a whole rant there. I'm sorry. That was probably way more than you were expecting when you touched on equity. But still, it's I love the Facebook billions as the example. Didn't Facebook dilute the stock pool or something? That's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing that I've learned a lot more lately. There's such thing as common stock and preferred stock. When you're negotiating with any job offers where they mention equity, find out if you get common stock or preferred stock. Because investors and certain early employees and stuff, they might be getting, sorry, you did fan the fire. These people, they get the preferred stock, and so they get like the first come, first serve payments of everything. With the common stock, that can take more time to be distributed and stuff, and so the value can dilute and change before you can actually get the value of your stock, and so it can end up being less. I actually, hang on one second. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. There was a blog post I saw on this recently where someone was just like, I was at this company for a long time and I barely made anything from my stocks. How is this possible? And it was because of the whole common stock thing. Let me see if I can find it in my bookmarks. I'll find it. I found it. Look at that. Raindrop is great. I don't know if y'all use it for bookmarks, but what's cool about it is it searches not only the title of the of the articles or whatever that you save, but it also, if you have the pro subscription, it searches the content. And so I just looked up stock and equity and it pulled up this article, even though that's not in here. But anyway, this is a whole article, raindrop.io. And so I looked up common stock and that's what it came up. It's very, very great and very affordable. It's like $29 a year if you want the pro subscription, otherwise it's free. It's really, really good. But anyway, here's the article where I learned even more about this, because it's like I was granted options for 2% of the company. We were acquired for 100 million, so I thought I'd be getting away with a cool $1 million, but my options are worth nothing. Why? How is that possible? It's a very insightful article about how all of that works. So yeah, there's the common stock and then 0 for common shareholders versus preferred shareholders. I get very angry when I think about stock stuff. Not angry, just frustrated with this capitalist system that keeps us under its shoe, the invisible hand and all that. Worth Googling and check out the Pragmatic Programmer article where he breaks down all the types of stocks and equity. Pragmatic Programmer stocks, equity. We totally got off topic, but this thing. Pragmatic Engineer? Because I know Pragmatic Programmer is a book. Okay, great. Yeah, that's the one that is in the chat there that I have. Yeah, I'll bookmark this. No worries, no worries. If they give you the options and you don't want to buy shares, can you sell the options to someone else who wants to use them to buy shares? Good question, BDSL. No, you can't. That's actually not a legal thing that you can do unless your company specifically allows it. Usually, they have to approve whoever you would be selling it to, and they will almost always say no. But the one option for selling it again is for you to sell it back to the company. Sorry, I missed your question earlier. Do you think while in negotiation phase it's okay to say, hey, I see this as part of the benefits I would be getting stocks. I'd like to exchange those stock options for raised salary? So you can. But a lot of companies see that as a red flag because they're just like, oh, do you just not want to stay for a long time? Our equity's worth something. There's a psychology to equity where people are just like, it means that you care about the company if you have a piece of it. Whether that's true or not. Oh no, I just think stock options are worthless. I agree with you, believe me. But that's not how the companies see it. Do you not believe in the product? Yeah, I know. I've actually talked to some startup founders where they were talking about how they were trying to figure out, like, why is this person not wanting value in my precious startup? But the thing is, first of all, a lot of startups, they can't afford to give you a higher salary. They just don't have the money. So that is something worth noting where they're just like, yes, we don't have the money, but we do believe that this equity will be worth something. And so that's why it's a part of your compensation where we can give you as much as salary as we can, but this equity is so that way we can make this salary worthwhile to you. And so that's how some startups justify it. Yeah, early startups might just not have the cash. And so you can try, but they don't. First of all, they'll take it as either two things. Either, first of all, you don't care about this company, or two, I'm sorry, we can't afford to give you the salary that you want. So equity is part of your compensation for a reason. Those are the two ways of doing it. Do you think a company would change stock options to RSUs? I love the idea of that, but I don't know how that would work legally. If a company did that, like if I'm going to use Netlify as an example. If Netlify did that, that would be a game changer for me if I could just get my stock. because if I wanted to buy all of my stock, like, thank you so much for the stock, I appreciate it. I'm not going to tell you exactly how much I have, but it's enough to be a down payment on a house. That's a lot of money. I love the concept of the fact that they gave me some. They gave me the option to buy some, but I can't afford to buy all my stocks. Or you don't believe in the company hard enough. Might be even worse if it's mixed with a bit of law of attraction type theory where you, whatever you believe in comes true. Huh. Yeah, I've worked at some companies, like my previous company before Netlify, where they had to lay all of us off in the pandemic. When I asked them about that, because I almost all the companies I had worked for had done stock stuff, they're just like, we don't plan on ever being sold or ever IPOing, and so there's no point in you getting stock or equity because it's not going to be worth anything. And so instead, we do profit sharing. I think that model is genius. With profit sharing, everybody works hard, you get a slice of whatever that means. One of the companies that I work for, they did profit sharing through an LLC where they had like the company that you worked for, the salary and stuff, but then they also had an LLC that owned this was the creative agency I worked for. So there was L4, the company, and then the L4 agency that technically owned the company. And so when you became an employee, you became an owning member of the LLC. And so the profits that the company got, your percentage in that LLC, you got a percentage of the profit sharing that year. And so it was really nice that way because you were always going to get some cash out of it. I've been burned so many times that, oh yeah. Ooh, I actually just saw the Streamlabs thing. Sorry about that, Dr. Geo. It's okay. Profit sharing makes sense until you find out the company reinvests all the profit or spends it on business expenses. Yeah. Well, what was nice about that company, and granted, I'm sure that happens at a lot of places. In the particular place where I worked for, they were very transparent about that. And it was a small enough company where they were clear about what changes were happening, how things would affect profit sharing in general. It was a really nice way of going about it. Reinvested profit should still count as profit. Totally. There's another article. I wonder if it's in my bookmarks. 1 second, I gotta try to find it. What was in that article? It was like the model of a worker-owned co-op. Yes. Wow. That's amazing. I just looked up co-op in Raindrop and it found it. But this company, or this article right here, I thought it was very cool, but it was basically like, if you've ever been interested in starting a worker-owned cooperative, this letter is for you. And it basically talks about how it works, the easy part and the hard part. And then they have like an annotated document of what this means with like commentary and stuff for how a worker-owned co-op could work and why they did it and stuff. They have a bunch of blog posts on it. I thought this was a really educational post. Whether you do it or not, it was really interesting to read. I worked in a worker co-op, but there were only 3 members and 4 employees. Ah, interesting. How do you have those highlights? No, that was built into the thing. Like they did those highlights. They highlighted these things to show that it's annotated. Yeah, I thought this was so interesting. I think on this stream we've completely changed the tech industry, don't you think? So how about that blog post I was writing? Remember that whole access to the internet stat? Firm handshakes all around. My internship turned full-time, but I only get paid half of what I'm told I should get. Should I leave? I'd interview around and then see what you can get and then decide if you want to leave. But probably yes. But because it was an internship and then it turned into like your first full-time. I'm assuming it's your first full-time because it was internship to full-time. I would say you want to leave, but have something in your back pocket because it's early in your career. It's you want to make sure that you have good backups. The best place to look for a job is when you have a job. Yeah, that's the best time. It's hard to get a job if you don't have that first job. Exactly. Yeah. Key dose, save up 6 months of your expenses and then leave. Yeah, no, that's good advice too. Like, figure out what you can afford. Don't just leave because you're just like, I can make more. If you can't find another job and you'd leave, you're making less. Logic. But yeah, start asking around, start interviewing, and then see what you can get, and then bring it back to your company and be just like, hey fam. I got called into a meeting. I'll have to rewatch the blog writing tips. Hey Jimena, you actually came back at the perfect time because I got totally distracted by talking about salaries and equity, and I didn't get very far in my blog post. So I can very easily, yeah, you completely derailed me just for you. Woohoo! So I can totally just scroll up because I've written like 2 paragraphs. Can I apply for Netlify for a remote job? I'm from North Africa. Yes. The furthest east we have is someone from Dubai, or someone in Dubai. He's actually from Nigeria, so there you go. But I know like there were some legal things with his employment status from Nigeria, and so he moved to Dubai to do the job. So that might be the only issue that you might run into. Time zones wise, that'll be totally fine. Legality wise, you might have to figure out what that'll look like. It's my first full time and they're waiting for the next round of funding, but I made pennies and I don't want to wait. Yeah, just start interviewing. Take some long lunches and get some interviews done. I got my first offer and I'd like to ask for a higher salary. Is it normal to respond to an offer asking for more salary? Yes. You can phrase it like this, like, I was hoping for this number. Is there any way that you'd be willing to switch? Sorry, I have an itch on my nose, but I don't want to make it look like I'm picking it. I'm just scratching. Anyway, it's totally normal to respond. I would respond with grace. Like say, thank you so much for the offer. I'm so excited about it. I was hoping that I could make this much. I don't know if that would be something that you'd be willing to do, but we can talk about it. Give them space to figure out like how they want to negotiate it, because some companies might say, oh, well, this is the salary band that we have for the role. Then you could be just like, okay, what other things are negotiable that we can make this work, whether it's equity or vacation time or something. But yeah, you could just say, I was hoping for this much, and see what they say. Worst they can say is no. Just got a bunch of things. 1 second. Hello, Lucas. Thank you so much for subbing again. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Cassie. Learned a lot already and still learning. I'm glad. TTV, thank you so much for subscribing. This may be a no-brainer to most of you, but you should really groom your LinkedIn profiles because you can get a ton of opportunities there. Totally. Charlie Does, thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you. Everyone, if you have Discord and you're interested, you can connect your Twitch to your Discord account, and then if you're a sub, you get access to our Discord channel. Or you could do it through Patreon. It's a very, very fun group. Full of trolls, full of gamers, full of devs, full of non-devs. Jason, hello! I didn't realize you were still here. What's up? Did you hear me rant about what equity means? Anyway, thank you all so much. I really, really appreciate it. I will not get upstaged by Charlie Dives. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. Jason Langsdorff pulling an Oprah. Quick, everyone, bask. I wonder if you could really overhaul all of the emojis, kind of like with the boops on your stream. I don't know if that'll work. Oh, crap! Charlie Dives, thank you so much! Yo, I'm blushing. Thank you so much. You're all really nice. I really appreciate it. This is like the most fun war. Thank you. Wow, I'm speechless. Thank you. You want to keep talking about writing blog posts? Ah, Jason. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is very exciting. I'm getting sweaty. I will grow broke to win this fight. Don't challenge him. He will. He needs to do a remodel. But anyway, please join our Discord. It is a very fun group. Anyway, Jimena, you didn't catch where I was talking about blog posts. Let's talk about blog posts. Let me go back to my Obsidian and I'll open it up again. In my work, we use Vue and React together. I did that yesterday. It's pretty fun. Okay. Oh, I totally just opened the wrong window there. What am I doing? Blog posts. Okay. So, what I do typically when I start a blog post is I make a title and then I have a one-sentence pitch. Anybody got a link to the Discord? If you've connected your Discord to your Twitch and you're a sub, it'll automatically make that connection for you. The end. So anyway, this is typically how I start, or Patreon. Thank you, Jimena. That. And so I have my project that I made where it is a link in bio generator. And so I want to frame this as I'm hacking the deploy to Netlify button using environment variables to make a templating site, the customizable template site. And so this is my one-sentence pitch that I do whenever I write a blog post. I have that so I can kind of have a North Star. And so, for example, I made another post the other day where it was, or I shouldn't say the other day, I wrote it this week and I published, or put it in draft today. But I did the title. Title can always change. Incremental static regeneration versus distributed persistent rendering. Lots of big words, so I did ISR versus DPR. And then my one-sentence pitch, and then wrote the blog post. I try to write as much of the blog post as I can without leaving my editor at all. Chances are I have to go to the web, or occasionally the stream chat where I get very distracted. But anyway, I have this little outline, and then as I write stuff, I tend to just delete it or cross it out. And so I did my intro, and I talked about the deploy to Netlify button. So now I'm on the what is a link in bio site. And so I talk about the different parts of it, and there you go. This is my blog post that I'm going to do. So you just brain dump and then find sources later? Exactly. Sometimes I'll say like, find thing here or whatever. And so then I'll leave that as a note. Or I'll usually do like a to-do or something. And especially with Obsidian, it's nice because they color that in. And so I can continue to write my blog posts. And then later I can be just like, okay, I need to put in my documentation, like I need to do this, I need to do that. So I try to do as much as I can without leaving my editor so I don't get distracted. Just before the 30-minute distraction, you said 40% of people with internet get distracted. Yep, and I'm one of them. I'm a statistic. This is smart. This might help me avoid the research rabbit hole, black hole that I always end up going down. Yeah, no, like, by doing it this way, again, when I'm not normally streaming, I very often, I very often write most of my blog posts in less than a half hour. They go really, really fast because I just do intense focus of just staying in my editor. And then editing later I might do stuff, but just doing all the link dumping, that's what matters. How do you work in code demos? I usually say like code this here, unless I have my editor where I can just like copy something and then paste it in. It kind of depends on the post. I do the same with finding images and all that. Yeah, like I'll do like screenshot and then continue to do stuff. Cause I mean nobody's looking at your editor. And so you can leave yourself notes everywhere as long as you get rid of them by the time it goes into the draft. Charlie, thank you so much for this gift subs. I really, really appreciate it. So there, thank you so much. That was really, really nice of you. So many gifts. I'm emotional. Yes, Gavar, with your question? Grumbles and transfers money to keep this fight alive. Jason, no! It's okay! Think of your family. Oh, Canhorn, thank you so much for gifting that. I appreciate it. How does gifting subs work? Do you get charged for all of these? Yes. I think I've only done it once. It was a while ago, and it's mostly because I'm very bad at keeping financial sources up to date on Twitch. Can someone who's good at the economy help me budget this? Please, my family is starving. Buy less candles. No! Okay, I'm going to write this section because you all are very distracting and lovely. Okay. Hype train. Jason! Holy crap! Thank you. Thank you so much. My gosh, that hype train. Thank you. I'm gonna drown you in so many boops later on your next stream. You must use the sub bunny to buy a hot chocolate velvetizer? If you insist. If you insist, yes, I will. I owe it to ya. Twitch is like, what's this? Hype train! Okay. I'm writing my blog post now. How do we just get to a hype train? This is a level 5 hype train. I don't know how this works. I truly have no idea. Is that the highest level? I genuinely don't. I've never gotten this high. I don't know what it means. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Charlie. I need water. Thank you. Another question. Cassidy, does Twitch pay you for all the subs that you have on your channel? They do. Normally it's not much. It's like $70 a month. But hey, that pays for my music subscription and a few other things, so... Thank you all so much. Ras Media, yeah, I was on Good Morning America talking about polywork, yeah. It was about 5 seconds of fame, but I'll take it. What happens when everyone watching gets a sub? I think that means I'll just blow up. I'll Charlie and Jason explain this to the family. I do not know. Jason! Thank you! It says 447%. What does that mean for the hype train? Is this what 5 gum tastes like? I don't think it's used to this many. Thank you all. You're all so nice to me. I'll keep making memes. Sub. Thank you all so much. My heart is melting. Real talk, Jason, do you think this blog post would be good on the Netlify blog, or should I try going for like smashing or CSS tricks when I eventually write it after being distracted by the stream this whole time? Anyone can answer this, but I'm asking Jason because he is specifically my boss. Smashing, okay, yeah. Alex, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Ah, my heart. I want to screenshot this. I've never had a hype train that big. I don't know where I'm going to put this screenshot. I'm just going to send it to myself. When you finish your sub fight, can you tell me? Yeah, it's a lot of hype. I've never seen that much hype. Consider me hyped. I'm very overwhelmed, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you all so much. Davatron 5000, hello. Thank you for coming. Alright. We are lazy. We like shortcuts. Sounds like we can solve all these problems with the deployed Netlify button and environment variables. Push money goes directly to funding Cassidy's boba habit. That is definitely partially true. Honey, what's this 5K bill from Twitch about? Yeah, no, it has to be a hot chocolate velvetizer. Jason, can you recommend a brand? Hype train! It happened! I don't... Such strong, yeah. Emotes. Choo choo. You have missed a sub battle, and I'm loving it, and I'm very appreciative. But yeah, Jason, tell me which... Hotel Chocolat? Okay. It's the most extra thing I've ever seen. But he swears by it. Oh my gosh. Is this it? Prepare for luxury? Okay. Consider me prepared. Oh, you can choose different colors. Ooh. I kind of like the white one. Oh, you can... Oh, no. Okay, this is going to be for later. This is very fancy. Thank you so much for... This is going to be like what I drink on every stream. I have 0 regrets. I pull a muscle from rolling my eyes every time I use it. Yeah, this is... My parents are going to be like, you bought what? Like, the moment that they see me be just like, hey, you want some hot chocolate? They'll be like, we raised you to not waste money. But I can't wait. I should have said that on Front and Happy Hour. You bought that with what money from strangers on the internet? Yeah, no, that's true. You've talked enough about it. You've hyped it up enough where I'm just like, it's gotta be good. I would love to see them change their tune, but you should have seen them when we got a sous vide machine. That was a whole other thing where they're just like, you put what in water? Which I know you already have opinions on. So yeah, this is gonna be a whole level thing where they're just like, you got another gadget? Why? What do your parents say about your keywords then? They truly don't understand, but they bought my Scrabble keyboards. That was nice of them. But yeah, no, they're loving. Ah, the meat bath. Yeah. Yeah, a sous vide machine. So what it is you put food in bags, vacuum seal it, and then you put it in water. And the water you can set to a very specific temperature so it cooks throughout evenly. And so, for example, with a steak, what we can do is usually there's like the gradient where it's super pink in the middle and then it gets like progressively more brown to the outside. With the sous vide, it can be the exact same color throughout. And then you can sear the outside. And so one will make steak with it. It's the exact same color throughout. You could say like perfectly medium rare or whatever you do. And then we have a torch, which is another gadget that they make fun of us for, where we sear it in the torch on a skillet. And then you have like the perfectly crispy outside with like the perfectly medium rare inside without a gradient. It's just consistent. It's very good. I like it a lot. Yeah, I saw that used on steaks. It's interesting with eggs, actually. And eggs you don't have to put in a plastic bag because the shell is already its own container. Yeah, if you do eggs, every temperature is a different consistency. And so there was one temperature, and I'm forgetting what it was. It was something Celsius. I want to say like 71 degrees Celsius. I don't remember. Anyway, you put the egg in there. No, that's really hot. It's not that. I don't remember. Anyway, you have it in the meat bath in the sous vide machine for a specific amount of time, and then it becomes malleable. And so you can then take the shell off and spread it on bread like peanut butter. Or it's that kind of consistency. It's weird, but awesome. Wait, are you actually making React and Vue work together? Yes, I did. They're two different projects that work together, so that's the caveat there. How many 100% increments has your hot chocolate consumption gone up since buying that? Jason has convinced a significant number of people on our team to buy this velvetizer. As in like more than one person. So I guess I'm among them now. Okay, anyway, how do we go about building something like this? Thanks for liking the music. I like this one too. Love the Obsidian writing. How's your experience with Obsidian been so far? I love it. It's so fast, and every time I need to remember something, I put it in there, and it's great. With templates and stuff, it's awesome. I love that the sub animation is still going. Yeah, Streamlabs is gonna crash. It'll be fine. It's my significant other's birthday on Monday and Father's Day this Sunday. Sounds like velvetizers for everyone. Do you have to buy that special hot chocolate for the velvetizer, or can you use any? That's a great question. Do you, Jason? Can you put anything in it? Have you done it with like coffee or tea? Charlie, thank you so much for coming. You are great. I really appreciate you being here. For the subs, for the questions, all that. We use any kind of hot chocolate. Have you ever done other beverages in it? You haven't tried anything other. Okay. I'd be curious to try it with like a milky tea. Just because that's what I usually drink. Although that might change. Honestly, this is a very fancy whisk. That helps me understand it more. And I could see that making a really fancy tea amazing. Yeah, like a matcha or There's a local tea shop that I go to here. How hipster does that sound? Where they have some very nice loose leaf teas where some of them, like, they're made to, like, you're supposed to add milk to them to make them taste right. And so I could see, like, the aeration or whatever that comes from a fancy whisk being good. Tequila or that? Yeah, no, I could see that being amazing. Well, there you go. It's happening. Okay, anyway, how do we build something like this? In order to make our deploy and netlify button work, we need 2 projects. We have a template project and a generator project. I wonder if the Velvetizer would work with Jinx with... oh yeah, that's true. Like funky cocktails. I could see that happening. I've been trying to review this PR for the past 3 hours. I'm sorry. PR reviews, they either go very nice and fast, or they take an eternity with no in between. I need to add some of these to my dictionary. Let's see. So I did the what is a link in bio site, then I talk about the generator and template sites. Okay. Shruti Kapoor, hello! Good to see you. I think I need to respond to you on Discord. I'm sorry that I haven't already. I have so many unread messages everywhere, and I'm gonna talk to you soon because I want to keep chatting. I like that, Jason. You can do whatever you want. I just don't know if I would do that. That's a good response. How deep in the code do I want to get? I could straight up talk about building the whole thing. Yeah, I should. There's my Velvetizer. Okay. See, this is where I pull in some code samples sometimes, just because this is how I'm doing it. You can make onsen eggs in a sous vide machine. I like the battles between Madrid and Barcelona in the chat, mostly because it's one of these things where I don't care that much, but I did pick loyalty, I guess. My local hotel chocolate store has limited availability. Ooh, fun! The battles are messy. Heyo. I caved and bought a Velvetizer. Jason! You're an evangelist. I wanted to do like Ronaldo out of time. Jinx single-handedly doubling sales for velvetizers. What is a velvetizer? It's a hot chocolate velvetizer. This. I'll send it to you and there you go. Yeah, you should be getting a commission. That's possible, right? Yeah, they're so fancy. Oh man, Trudy's gonna get one too. I'm gonna talk about a high-level overview of how I built the projects without saying I'll give all the code, and then I'll say if you want to see all the code, then I'll be at the end of the post, just to save me some time. So high-level overview of how I built these two projects. If you'd like to just see all the code, you can skip to the end of this post. Never heard of whipped hot chocolate. Apparently it's life-changing, so there you go. Juice, sure, it sounds like you're able to just walk over and get yourself a hot chocolate velvetizer. Sounds like you have plans. Let's see. Local env file, add the environment variables you want to include. I'm actually going to copy this part down here so I can have that. I want to start my template project and then go into like the install stuff. Might have to reword some of this. My husband Joe says hi. It's almost 100 degrees here and I want hot chocolate right now. Yeah. I wonder what kind of security the shop has at midnight. We'll cover your bail with all of the sub money. Let's see. What language do you think I should do for an environment variables file for syntax highlighting? Is it JavaScript? Bye, Jason. Thank you so much again. You are great. Bash? Okay, Bash. I'll take it. Thank you. Shell? I'll try both and we'll see how it looks. Let's see. Where is that? Oh, this is the generator. We need the template. Bye, Jason. You are great. Bash works. What if I did type shell? It's the same thing. I'll do bash just because I do that on other posts. Consistency. I don't know what I'm doing. I want to have a name for the person who owns the site, their profile picture, and then all of their relevant links. Hey, Whelan Walker, welcome. SH should also work. Okay, so many different things. This will work for now, though. What's the most hister shell? I don't know. Is that a joke? Like a seashell necklace or some shell. I don't know. You've never heard of it? Haha. I don't know. Oh, that's a good one, Juice, sure. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it like this. This doesn't matter. We're getting caught in the details. We just need to get content out there. I think it's import.meta.env, right? Yes. What platform is this? This is Obsidian, yes. Obsidian.md. It's a glorified markdown editor that has a lot of cool capabilities, and I really like it. We talk about it a lot on this stream. Is prepend, does that have a dash in it? I'm not sure. Fabio Biondi, thank you so much for the raid. Have you tried Notion at all? Yes, I use it for like some project management stuff. No dash, thank you, friends. But I like Obsidian more because it's local first. Notion, like if I have a slow internet connection, suddenly I can't take my notes. And that bugs me. Hello, welcome. Yeah, I use Notion for work as well, but meh. Let's see, I just got pinged a ton of times at work. Let me make sure I'm not in trouble. Although that was my manager doing all those gift subs, so I have a feeling I'm fine. Let's see, I'm okay there, I'm okay there. Okay, we're all good. Phew. Notion is more complex, isn't it? I don't know if you compare them. I think Notion is like a relational database and Obsidian is like a graph database. Yeah, kind of. Well, and so like, for example, I have all my notes and stuff in here. You can add tags to stuff. So this is a book that I read. And as you look at all the tags, I had this under reading because it was a book, advice, and I'm quoting a lot of the book in there. Because I have these tags, now it's connected to all of the other tags that I have on reading or advice or quotes. And same with my blog posts and stuff. And so it has this graph view. And these are all of my notes that I've taken that have all of these connections. And so here, these are all of my project ideas. These are all the blog posts that I've made. And it's kind of cool to see how, as you write things down, things get connected. And there's really cool data stuff that you can do. I actually was playing this. This is like my data view cheat sheet, where, for example, if I want to see all of my blog posts about Next.js, it does this little query right here. And so when I exit out of edit mode to preview mode, it just lists all of my blog posts about Next.js because it is in this list. And then I have a table of all of my blog posts, and you can do, yeah, a table instead of a list, which is very cool. This one is all my blog posts that mention Next.js in general in a table, and last modified you can add whatever columns you want. And then this one is get all the notes with Cami mentioned. Cami is my sister. And so when I scroll down, this is all the notes with Cami mentioned. Oh, and that's incorrect. That's okay. But anyway, I need to fix this, but besides that, it has a lot of really cool ways of querying your notes and organizing yourself. It is, so I call it a markdown editor because that people understand that right away. If I say it's a note-taking, productivity, brain management, second brain, blah, blah, if you say all of that, people are very intimidated by it. If you start with this, and then you can kind of say, oh, if you add tags, that shows that. Or, oh, if you add these little links, it grows this way. That's when it starts to, you can go from it's a markdown editor to, oh, it's a markdown editor that can link to a lot of different things. It's like an integrated noting environment. Yeah, an INE. Okay, anyway, let's see. Set this up however you like. Let's see, I'm gonna copy these and then I'll clean these up. See you later, Shruti. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. I'm gonna take some of this logic out that doesn't really matter for someone to understand how it works. Do I have name or profile picture first? I have name first. Again, just trying to get the mental model to work for people. Thanks for liking the ligatures. The font is called Mona Lisa. I usually don't actually have ligatures on. Like in my VS Code, I have them turned off, but looks like there's two colors in the what? Oh, and no, it's all the same color. It might just be how it's rendering on the stream, though. Find ligatures hard, pretty to look at and hard to edit. Yeah, I always end up deleting the whole thing. Yeah, don't normally use them, but that's okay. It's cute for a blog post. Rixcan, thank you so much for subbing. I don't think I learned about them until I decided to use LaTeX. Yeah, they actually let you do that in Obsidian, like with the $2 signs, you can do formula in here. But I don't know LaTeX. Is it LaTeX or latex? I always mixed up. But anyway, you can do that in here. Thanks for being chill. Is there any good plugin for React and Vue that handles both Markdown and LaTeX content? LaTeX? Oh. Oh, lock. Got it. Okay. Anyway, React and Vue. I think MDX is the only thing I can really think of, because I think MDX can handle LaTeX. But, LaTeX, I don't know. But I'm not entirely sure. Can I post my blog post about exactly this? Yes, please. That'd be great. LaTeX is also valid. LaTeX, can you get data out of Obsidian, or is it just nice enough to keep in there? I've never tried getting data out of Obsidian before, but it is nice enough that you could keep it in there. One thing that my coworker does, and it's a whole thing, is he has his Obsidian linked to Git. And he uses n8n.io to make a workflow where he can query stuff and add stuff to Obsidian via Telegram. So he made a Telegram bot that connects to the GitHub repo, that finds the file that he's looking for, adds, changes anything in there, and then commits it to the repo, and then it loads into Obsidian. So theoretically, you could do something like that depending on where you host your vault. It's really, really cool. N8n is, where is my links? Velvetizer again. n8n.io. It's this. It's very, very cool. Yeah, no, we actually have meetings called geek sessions where all we do is geek out about it. We're actually working on trying to get Netlify built into this and have like a trigger, a deploy, or pull a serverless function or something. If you're interested, github.com, I think it's N8N, this one. There's a Netlify node. They actually built it, and we have to review the PR. But this is the PR if you want to check it out. Because for some reason it was like running locally and then stopped, and so I didn't get to finish reviewing the PR, but we'll get there. If I recall, all the files in Obsidian generated, they're just all Markdown files, correct. Do you have any good resources and communities for women in software engineering? Yes, there are many. I don't know Discord groups, but like there's Facebook groups like Ladies Storm Hackathons. There's Women Who Code, there's Girls Who Code, there's Black Girls Code. Alpha is probably my favorite right now. It's elpha.com. Alpha is a very good group, and it's full of ask me anythings. You can ask anonymous questions. It's a glorified forum, but I really like Alpha there. That's what I can think of for now. There's other ones, but those are the ones off the top of my head. Oh, Higher Tech Ladies, that's a good one too. This is a good one. They have lots of good talks, and they have an online community and stuff too. Okay. Did my code stop? Oh no, it's just how it's rendering certain colors. Never mind. Let's see. I'm gonna change this to something shorter so it's manageable to understand. What are we coding? We're not coding right now, we're writing a blog post about things that are coding. Hey Alex, good to see you. Yeah, and so, what, like BDSL said, we made a link in bio site like this, and it's generated from a form like this. And so as you fill out this form, you click generate my site, and it automatically deploys a site via environment variables and generates a site just like this. You can try it out here. Yeah, it's an interesting little hack where it uses the Netlify deploy to Netlify button functionality, where you take a template repo, and that's what the code samples are. You take a template repo and add environment variables to it in the link, and then it will combine all of them into a generated site at the end. It's kind of a funky little trick. Let's see, what was I gonna show? Oh yeah, so here's an example site that I made. Sharp Panini, watch out. And if you go to the environment variables, you can see it has all the environment variables that were generated in our generator repo added to this template. And so now if you were to go to the site, you can see that it has it made this site based on those environment variables. It's kind of fun. Okay, back to business. For some reason, my Obsidian, like, the text is slightly cut off, like 10 pixels. And I've inspected Element, I can see it, but for some reason I haven't been able to figure out the tiny little bit of CSS that I need to put in there. I'm sure it'll be straightforward. It's just something minor that I promise this says generator, but it's slightly cut off. Like if I were to do this, look at that. Doesn't make sense. Anyway. So we called this the template project. So I'm gonna call this the generator project. Learning funsies, man. Currently learning Golang and wondering if someone could explain what's happening in the following code. I cannot. Hopefully someone in the chat can. Okay, I'm going to not look at this one anymore. Trying to remember all this code that I wrote. Okay. The Vue stuff, I admit I worked on it like super late last night and I barely understood all of it just because I'm kind of new to Vue. And so I'm just gonna kind of roll with it. Gonna take out the placeholders, just readability stuff. How do you reconcile your professional persona and showing off your personality? I tend to curb my personality when I put myself online because I don't want my goofiness to be viewed as unprofessional. You know, there was a while where I did that. And then I decided, you know what? I'm just gonna be goofy. And it turns out that really worked out for me. And now it's almost a double-edged sword because now people are just like, tell me a joke, be funny, because they expect me to be goofy. But I honestly, there is no reconciliation. My professional persona is my personality because I would rather be genuine than have to suppress who I am. I literally got a job offer today because what they quoted was my nerdiness. That's awesome. Congratulations. But yeah, it's very true. It's I don't try to hide it. I think it's more fun to just be who you are. Okay, that's more readable. I don't know why it mixed up tabs and spaces, but now I gotta deal with this. I don't know what I did in my other code samples. I'm just gonna... Please don't be mad at me. Maybe we should all normalize having a pseudonym for all professional matters so you can be as goofy as you like with your real ID. With a sleek professional experience, you'll get a job at McKinsey. The problem is then you have a job at McKinsey. Some people love it there. But have you thought of creating YouTube videos using clips of your stream? I sometimes upload videos for my stream. Editing videos is the bane of my existence. So that is why I do live streaming and not run an active YouTube channel. That's why I like doing TikTok too, because their video editor is so easy. Video editors are such a pain to use sometimes that I actually tweeted about it earlier asking for some recommendations because it can be a pain sometimes to just put something basic together. And I'm sure with practice you get better, but yeah, I personally do not do not make YouTube videos for a reason. I literally had to do the mashing spacebar in Vim the other day for a YAML file that was breaking because of spacing. Turns out Prettier was overwriting it. Oh no. Thinking of adding 6 more subs. Careful, Charlie. Also, welcome back. Oven dinners free up time. Nice. I make this sound so easy. This project was the bane of my existence yesterday. Okay, let's see. Let's see, that's what it's called, right? Generate button. Yes. Oop. Okay, and then I'm just gonna put this inside of here because technically it's incomputed, but I was originally in there and I don't want to get into the technical details of that. Y'all are still talking about Go? Cool. I'm gonna not engage. What are good learning resources for learning Vue? Honestly, go to the Vue docs and they reference quite a few of them there. I know Front-End Masters has a lot of good courses. I'm not a Vue expert by any means. I just kind of tried and it generally worked out. Doing the Vue part of this project probably took me like 6 hours when it probably could have taken me an hour in React. But I wanted to learn, so I did it. Let's see. Once I get this, we combine them all. Okay, I kind of touch on that. Have you poked around in Svelte yet? I have not. Bye, Jimena. I have way too many test repos on here. I gotta delete some of these. I'll delete these other ones later. Stay focused, okay. To this day, I'm shocked GitHub doesn't let you do folders for your repos. Wow, yeah. I had never thought about that. But yes, you're right. That should be a thing. Surely you can combine modules that are compiled separately into one program. I mean, so you can, but the reason why we do separate sites is because it would just change how it's structured, because the deploy to Netlify button looks for a repo to clone and turn into a site. And so I could do this, but you would end up cloning the generator and... Oh, you're talking about something else. Okay, well, I'll finish anyway. You would be cloning the generator and the template when you just want the template cloned. No worries, don't be sorry. I'll keep test bio, which I think I made too many of these test sites. I've got to sign in with... Excuse me while I sign into my work Netlify really quick. Oh my gosh, I don't want to deal with this. Okay, I'll do that later. So much Okta. Okay. This one will work. Let's see what. That works. And then, what repo is this pulling from? Test bio. Okay. I'm going to keep test bio, but I'm not going to keep libtest1. On a scale of 10 to over 900, how hyped are you for the new Next.js features? 11? I'm not that hyped about it, honestly. Like they're nice, but I didn't. It's a nice release, but it didn't really affect the way that I write Next.js. Like they were good features for sure. Like yay, new Webpack updates and stuff, but yeah, they weren't like groundbreaking for the type of work that I do. Hello, Mr. Bankster. You're a fan of soccer? You know, you'd think so with this jersey I have on. I enjoy it when I watch it, but I don't watch it regularly. The whole linting stuff is my favorite thing. Yeah, that's true. I do like the linting part. Yes, Frank Dev. I normally don't stream this late, but I want to finish this blog post. So if I just get it done, then I'm free. Let's see. Hi, I'm new to React and gradually getting to grips with it. I'm trying to find training materials that show how to get from UI wireframes to code. Well, one second, let me write this down. Okay. There's my website's e-commerce themes. What's some other good examples of this? Didn't use Notion for this kind of note a few months ago. Nope, I've been using Obsidian for a while. I used Notion for when I want to share things publicly. So like we did a brainstorming session a few months ago where that happened in Notion, but that's because I wanted to share it publicly afterwards. Otherwise, everything I do locally is there. Adrian Engine, thank you so much for sharing that. That is the link I was going to share. Because yeah, that's my reusable React course that goes from the bottom up. It says advanced, but that's because it gets advanced at the end. You can start as a beginner and go all the way. Thank you, Adrian Engine. What's some other example websites that could be customized? I'm having a brain fart here. MySpace. Everyone's going MySpace. Stop. I like that one. Your space. Haha. Actually, you know what I could do? What do people usually buy? Oh yeah. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. I didn't actually misspell it. This is what I mentioned before, how it slightly cuts off like a few pixels of my words, and that's because I need to update my CSS theme. And so it says cool. If I add some spaces, you can see it. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. Cool. Well, there you go, fam. That is how I write my blog posts. And this blog post is now written. I need to add one screenshot at this part, but besides that, I got all my code samples and links in there. So we're all set. Woohoo! And I'm gonna ship it. I'm gonna see if I could get it on like a Smashing Magazine or something, and then if that doesn't work, I'll put it on the Netlify blog. Do you have a deployment pipeline for the blog? Yeah, so 1 second. Let me see what I can pull up and show without like disclosing too many secret things. Need to get in the cadence of writing. I'm glad it was insightful. Again, stay in your editor and you can get it done pretty quickly. Try to think about what you can write about without having to Google anything. Like, if you notice, the only things I really Googled were my own documentation links I wanted to share, but that's how I do it. Okay, so I can show this part. At Netlify, we use Netlify CMS. Shocking. And so in Netlify CMS, we have like a workflow. That was all of the posts in the blog so far. These are like posts that are in drafts and review ready. And so when I'm going to make a new post, I'll do a new post, and so I can add my title description. And so in here, I typically write my posts in Markdown and then I paste it. Like, or whatever. And so as I write content in here, I paste it from my Markdown editor from Obsidian into this. And so we can tag it as different things. I could do Next.js. I could add a topic like guides and tutorials and stuff, and then add the SEO and an OG image and everything. And then when I hit save, 1 second while I once again hide things, and then I'll show you. When I hit save, that automatically, it's connected to our marketing site GitHub repo. And we've actually talked about changing the name to something like Git CMS, but then we got a cease and desist, so we gotta come up with a better name because it's very Git driven. But for example, I showed you that that ISR versus DPR post that I made. The CMS made this PR. And so I pasted it in exactly like I showed you before. I made a PR with all this front matter. This part came from the CMS and the rest came straight from my Obsidian. I pasted it in there. And then it generates a deploy preview. And so people can click on that deploy preview and then go to the blog post. And because of Netlify's collaborative deploy previews, let's just say I'm reviewing this blog post and I'm just like, oh, I want to see something. We have this little drawer that comes up. And so you can leave a comment or whatever on the post, or you could record the screen or take a screenshot. And so I could say, okay, I want to take a screenshot of certain things. Yeah, that one. That. Screenshot. And then I can say, I don't like this part, or I want to underline this, or whatever. And then I can paste this. Oh, it's hard to see because of my face. See how it says use a new comment? Basically, after I annotate this whole screen right here, whatever, that goes into a GitHub comment and stuff. And so people can review not just blog posts, but like any site changes. By the way, this feature is new-ish. We acquired a startup called FeaturePeak, and they helped us integrate this and stuff. And it's free, but it works on all deploy previews. And so this will add it to the GitHub issue, and then, yeah, the end. Yeah, that's how our reviews work. That's how our workflow works. It's kind of fun, right? So, yeah, I like having posts as PRs too. It's really nice. You have to add the person in the comments to be a contributor to the team. Yeah, that's something where we are working on how that'll work. I'm impressed by the quantity of notes that you've taken. I have the impression to lose it. Yeah, it's a habit of just writing everything down. It doesn't really matter if you have a lot of side projects or anything. A lot of my notes are not projects. That's a lie. So, quite a few of them are now, but they weren't always projects. You can write notes on anything. I have notes on meetups I've gone to. I have notes on church services that I've been to. I have notes on birthdays of certain people and just project ideas that I have, even if they're not real. It would make easy to plug in stuff like spell check. Yeah. Thanks for liking my shirt. It's been quite the point of contention on this stream. Did I ever figure out a working mobile flow? For what? Sorry, it's been a long stream. I don't remember things. Oh, for Obsidian. No. And so that's because it's because of iPhone. Because currently I sync everything with Dropbox, and iPhone doesn't let you pull Dropbox files into the files stuff, which sucks. So I'm not able to access my vault on Obsidian. And so what I've been doing is just straight up going into the Dropbox app and editing my markdown in there. And that's fine. It works, but it's not smooth. And so I've been looking into different markdown editors that pull from Dropbox specifically on iPhone, because as long as it pulls from Dropbox, then that means I can make sure that it pulls into the right folder, and when I'm on a computer, it'll go into Obsidian. The Obsidian mobile app is great, but because of the iOS restriction on Dropbox folders, it's a little rough. What was the app I was told about recently? I haven't actually gotten this app yet just because life, but let me find it. It was... Okay, someone recommended something, I just can't find it. it syncs with iCloud, which I'm on my PC. The whole point of me switching from Bear to Obsidian was so I could use it on my PC. I support their model, but I wish they'd allow the mobile app to be at least open source so it could smooth things. Yeah, I understand why they don't, but I agree. What was the app? I totally remember someone telling me about this app and I can't find it. Rome Research, I don't like that it's not local first. I don't know what Athens is. Athens note-taking app. Free self-hosted desktop app. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Logsec. Cool, cool, cool. What about note-taking? What about syncing? I'm looking at Logsec. It seems interesting, but does it have a mobile app? Oh, those are the apps that are similar to Obsidian. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to other things, but right now, what I want is a mobile app that can edit Dropbox Markdown files. It is weirdly hard to find one. You always also use Notable? No, I don't use Notable. I didn't like foam. I respect it, it seems cool, but it didn't work for me. Hey Mui, thank you for the sub. BDSL, don't worry about it. Life is full of trolls. Oh, Ulysses has a Dropbox integration? Why didn't anyone tell me? Okay, I don't care about a Mac. What about iPhone? Add Dropbox, iPhone, read and write Markdown files. Heck yes, that's all I want. Great. How much does it cost? Does IA Writer work with Dropbox? I heard that they dropped their Dropbox support. I am down to try it, but You're doing IA Writer through Dropbox? Okay, because I like that IA Writer is a one-time purchase. One writer too? Because I'm very okay with not having the graph on mobile, because usually I just want to write. Heck. Thanks everybody. Sometimes you just need to ask a live stream, and you'll get all your answers. Sick. One writer versus IA writer? That is the question. Well, now that I know these, I will totally try it. I could have sworn I didn't see that IA Writer worked with Dropbox, but now that I know it does, great. Cool, well, y'all, it's been a while. I think I'm tired. Thank you so much for all of the subs today, especially Jason and Charlie and Alex, and Ben. All of you, you're all lovely people. Once again, if you are a sub or if you're on Patreon, you can access our Discord. It's very, very fun. After I close my eyes for a little bit, I will be online there, and maybe we'll play some games or something later. But thank you again so much for hanging out. It was a blast. I am going to have us raid, let's raid Gansi. It's a Spanish stream, so, you know, let's go. Alright, friends, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you had a good time, and until next time, bye! Oh, the music stopped, oh my gosh, bye!